Welcome back, brothers and heretics, to Grimhammer. Tonight we're diving into the lore of the Death Guard. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like, comment, and videos of topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor or their Dark Gods. I want to thank you guys for their support. I've been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
The sky over Hive Mordrath was no longer a sky. It had been blue once, so the oldest Pict records claimed, in the years before the ash mills blackened the upper atmosphere and the Manufactoria fed their smoke into heaven by the megaton. It had been grey for most of recorded imperial memory, a ceiling of soot and industrial prayer, crossed by the red glimmer of orbital tugs and the white spears of shrine beaconry. Now it was green and black, bruised like infected flesh, split open by fire falling from the void. Virus warheads descended through the cloud cover in slow, burning arcs. Each one came wrapped in the corpse light of atmospheric entry, trailing vapour that curdled behind it. The Hive's defence lasers clawed upward from bastion towers and cathedral spires, but the beams vanished into the descending murk, swallowed by clouds that were not clouds and rain that was not water. The first warhead broke above the western hab belts with a flash like a diseased sunrise. The shockwave did not simply kill, it opened the city. Pressure fronts slammed through kilometre-high towers, blowing stained glass saints from chapel windows and hurling manufactorum cranes into the streets below. Sealed hab blocks split along their seams. Thousands of workers died before they knew fear, their lungs bursting as the plague bloom entered through vents, cracks, filtration shrines, and blessing ducts. Others lived long enough to understand. They clawed at their rebreathers. They tore fingernails from their hands against adamantium doors that had locked them in for their own protection. They vomited blood into ration bowls and kissed aquila pendants with blistered lips while their eyes filled with yellow foam. Below the upper Hive, where the noble transitways gave way to sump districts and conscript barracks, millions of men heard the sirens die one by one. In the sealed shelters, fathers held sons. Priests screamed litanies until their throats dissolved. Medici orderlies dragged stretchers through corridors slick with waste and bile, only to find the wounded rising from the slabs with their bellies swollen and their jaws working soundlessly. Servitors continued their appointed duties as men died around them, red optical lenses blinking in the murk. The machine spirits of the hab doors remained obedient. The locks stayed closed. Hive Mordrath had become a tomb with its population still breathing inside it. In high orbit, the Plague Fleet completed its translation. Reality tore. The warp spat them forth as if sickened by what it carried. One moment, there was only the broken Imperial blockade, its surviving cruisers venting atmosphere and plasma fire into the dark. The next, the void split in long green wounds, and the ships of the Death Guard pushed through. They did not emerge cleanly, as loyal vessels did beneath the Emperor's false light. They dragged themselves from unreality like corpses pulled from a swamp, their hulls crusted with rust, their prows swollen with growths that pulsed beneath plates of ancient armour. The largest of them bore the name Grave Womb in corroded High Gothic along its flank, though half the letters had been buried under barnacles, corpse wax, and dark fungal matter. Its gun decks were shrines of decay. Its macro cannons were swollen like diseased organs, brass-rimmed mouths coughing out shells the size of hab towers. Each diseased round crossed the void trailing flies that should not have survived vacuum, struck the hive shield, and burst with the wet radiance of plague alchemy. One shell punched through the failing void shield and entered Spire Enoch at the level of the Administratum archives. The detonation erased 8 centuries of tax ledgers, tithe records, census vaults, and the men sworn to guard them. Paper became ash, bone became powder, brains struck marble walls in red sprays before the plague vapor ate even that. The spire sagged, split, and collapsed through the levels beneath it, killing clerks, militia, scribes, servitors, confessors, and refugees in a single downward avalanche of stone and meat. On the plains outside the hive, trenches stretched to the horizon. They had been dug by conscripts from the lower Habs, by penal labour gangs, by servitors whose flesh had frozen and split in the chemical rain. They were lined with ferrocrete, reinforced by razor wire, studded with heavy bolter nests, lascannon pits, mortar platforms, and reliquary poles hung with parchment, prayers. In those trenches stood the men of the Mordrath Iron Levy, Astra Militarum by decree, faithful by terror, doomed by deployment. Colonel Hestian Vale stood on the fire step with his rebreather sealed and his power saber drawn. His greatcoat was stiff with ash, a brass aquila hung at his throat. His eyes watered behind smoked lenses as the poison rain ticked against his helmet. "Hold the line in his name," he said over the trench vox. His voice was steady because the vox grill made it so. No retreat, no breach, no weakness before the enemy. Along the trench, men checked charge packs with trembling fingers. Heavy weapons teams muttered range prayers. A priest with a shaved skull beat a chainsword against the lip of the trench and roared devotion at a sky that no longer belonged to mankind. "Seal your rebreathers," shouted Sergeant Malrek. "Seal them, or I will do it with my boot." A boy in flak armour, no older than a fresh conscript, fumbled with his mask. His hands shook too badly. Malrek shoved him against the trench wall, slammed the seal into place, and struck the side of the boy's helmet hard enough to make him focus. "Breathe slow, idiot. Die facing them." Then the fog moved. It rolled across the killing field in a low green mass, thicker than smoke, crawling over shell craters and tank traps. Auspec's runes flickered uselessly. The artillery officers called down fire. Basilisks answered from the rear lines, their earthshaker cannons pounding like the judgment of an angry god. Shells vanished into the fog and detonated. For a few heartbeats, the horizon became fire. Shapes kept walking through it. At first, they were shadows. Then, they were giants. The Death Guard advanced without haste. They came in ranks broken by crater and ruin, but never by fear. Plague Marines moved through Lassfire, as if through rain. Their armour had once been ceramite of Legion make, plate wrought in the age when demigods still strode beside their sons. Now it was the colour of old pus, bruised green, dead bone, and rusted brass. Horns jutted from helms, rotted seals hung from pauldrons. Tubes leaked black fluid into the mud. Bells tolled from chains fixed to backpacks that breathed smoke and flies. Open rents in breastplates showed swollen meat fused to armour, ribs like cage bars around organs that pulsed with obscene endurance. Lass bolts struck them in sheets, some scorched armour, some burned holes into rotten flesh. The wounds steamed, bubbled, and closed with clots of grey tissue. Autocannon rounds punched into breastplates and detonated, tearing chunks of ceramite away. The warriors staggered, then continued. One lost an arm at the elbow and simply raised his bolter in the other hand. Another took a direct hit from a missile launcher and vanished in flame, only to emerge with his helm cracked open, flies pouring from the split like black smoke. "Throne preserve us," whispered the conscript Malrek had struck. "They are still walking." Colonel Vale heard him over the local channel. He did not rebuke the boy. He was watching the same thing. Behind the infantry came the engines. Corrupted rhinos ground through the mire, their hulls bloated with armor plates and cancerous growths, tracks crushing corpses into the mud. Predators followed, their turrets weeping filth, lascannons and autocannons coughing fire beneath chains of bells and skulls. Myphitic blight haulers scuttled between the tanks like diseased attack beasts, multi-melter barrels glowing, missile launchers flexing on swollen mounts. Fetid bloat drones drifted above them on whining rotors, their undersides slick with dangling pipes, flesh mower blades, and plague sprayers that drooled toxic pressure mist. Farther back, plague burst crawlers squatted like armoured toads in the fog, their mortars elevated with slow malice. "Counter battery," Vale ordered. "All guns, now." The rear line answered. Imperial artillery thundered. The first plague burst shell landed before the reply struck home. It burst above the forward trench without flame. Men looked up as the shell opened in the air like a rotten fruit. Something wet and yellow rained down. It struck helmets, shoulders, weapon casings, bare hands. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the screaming began. The plague ate rubber seals first. Rebreathers softened, sagged and split. Men inhaled and began coughing out clots. Lungs tore free in pieces. Blood filled. Masks. One trooper clawed at his chest until his fingers broke against his flak plate. Another bent double, vomited a rope of dark tissue, and collapsed into the trench water, where the thing that had been inside him twitched like a birth. "Medici!" someone shouted. The Medicae orderlies came anyway, because duty was a chain stronger than reason. They dragged men aside, cut masks free, injected coagulants, whispered catechisms of survival. Then the infected began convulsing on the stretchers. One orderly lost half his face when a patient's swollen skull split and sprayed bone fragments into him. Another kept working while his own eyes filmed white. "Burn the wounded," said Sergeant Malrec. The priest turned on him. "There is hope while breath remains." Malrec pointed over the parapet. The Death Guard had reached the wire. Their bolters opened. The sound was not like the sharp crack of mortal weapons. It was thunder trapped inside iron throats. Plague bolters fired mass reactive shells crusted with filth and old blessings to a dead god of rot. Men came apart under the impacts. A trooper's torso burst outward, spine and organs thrown against the trench wall. A heavy weapon gunner lost his head and kept his hands locked on the grips for 3 twitching seconds before falling. The priest raised his chainsword and shouted praise to the Emperor until a bolter round punched through his chest and detonated inside him, painting the conscripts behind him with ribs, parchment scraps, and sacred blood. Then the Death Guard entered the trench. Lord Varkul Morbidon came first through the breach. He did not climb down. He stepped through the razor wire as it snapped against his armor and descended into the trench with the weight of a walking mausoleum. He had been a champion of the Third Plague Company for longer than Hive Mordrath had existed. His armor was cataphractii plate in origin, though centuries of corruption had thickened it into something almost organic. Brass vents rose from his back, vomiting incense and flies. His helm was a blunt, tusked thing with 3 cracked lenses, each glowing a different shade of fever green. A string of Imperial officer skulls hung from his belt, each one sealed with wax and marked by a tally rune. In his right hand, he carried a plague bolter named Toll of Ash. In his left, a cleaver whose edge sweated venom. Blight grenades hung from his waist like swollen fruit. A bubotic axe was mag-locked across his back, its head dark with matter that never dried. He saw the defenders as heat signatures, pulse markers, infection probabilities, and meat. A guardsman fired a laser gun into his chest until the charge pack screamed empty. Morbidan looked down at the blackened marks on his breastplate, then raised Toll of Ash. The bolter barked once. The man burst against the trench wall, his armour folding outward around the explosion in his body. Sergeant Malrek charged him with a chain blade. The old plague champion respected that. Not enough to spare him. Enough to kill him cleanly by Death Guard measure. Morbidan caught the chain blade against his cleaver, sparks hissing in the diseased rain. Malrek snarled something into his mask and drew a combat knife with his other hand. Morbidan leaned closer. The vents of his helm breathed plague vapor into the sergeant's lenses. "Little soldier," he said, his vox clogged and wet, each word crawling through static. "You have mistaken defiance for endurance." He opened Malrek from sternum to groin. The sergeant fell backward, holding himself together. He did not scream until he saw what spilled into his hands. Morbidan stepped over him and continued down the trench. Around him, his brothers worked with the same patient cruelty. One swung a flail of corruption through a knot of conscripts, the chained heads bursting with diseased force, reducing helmets, faces, and shoulders to red ruin. Another drove a plague knife beneath a commissar's chin and lifted until the blade emerged through the crown of the skull. A third, silent beneath a horned helm, hurled a blight grenade into a dugout and watched the men inside claw each other apart as the fumes took them. The Imperials fought. That mattered. They fought with laser guns, bayonets, frag grenades, melter bombs, and fists. They fought while choking. They fought while their eyes bled. Tank crews slewed Chimera transports into the breach and fired multi-lacers until plague. Drones descended and washed them in filth. Lehman Russ battle tanks roared from reserve hull down positions, battle cannons slamming shells into the Death Guard advance. One Predator exploded under a direct hit, its turret flipping into the mud, but the plague marines around it did not scatter. They walked through the blast, armour burning, bolters rising. Colonel Vale stood at the command recess, power saber in one hand, bolt pistol in the other. His Vox officer was dead. His adjutant was choking. The tactical slate showed red across every line. He switched to an open channel. "All sons of Mordrath," he said. "By the throne, by the blood of saints, by the bones of terror, stand. Stand and deny them. Stand and die clean." His words carried through ruptured vox beads and dying helmet grills. Morbidan heard them. He paused before a cracked Aquila shrine half buried in the trench wall. The double-headed eagle had been cast in cheap bronze and painted gold by men who had never seen terror, never seen the palace, never seen anything but smoke and labour. One head had been shot away. The other stared blindly through the rain. At the base of the shrine, a guardsman knelt in blood and mud. His mask was gone. His face had blistered. He clutched a spent laser gun across his chest like a relic. "Emperor," the man whispered, "give me strength. Let me endure." Morbidan looked down at him. Something moved in the old warrior's memory. Not pity. Pity had rotted from him long ago. Recognition, perhaps, or the corpse shadow of it. He remembered another age, armour that had not yet swollen with disease, oaths spoken beneath banners that had not yet burned, worlds conquered in the name of a golden tyrant, brothers marching through toxic storms, through rad wastes, through artillery fire, through the dusk of old Terror's wars. He remembered the colour of uncorrupted plate, the weight of a bolter that had not yet learned to breathe, the voice of captains who had believed endurance was a virtue instead of a chain. The guardsman looked up at him with dying eyes. Morbidan's vox crackled. "Your emperor promises endurance," he said. "Our grandfather delivers it." He fired once. The prayer ended. Beyond the trench, The hive screamed through collapsing vox towers. Spires fell into one another. Hab stacks burned with green flame. The plague fleet continued its patient bombardment from orbit, each shell a sermon, each detonation another verse in the gospel of decay. Billions were dying in sealed rooms, in transit tunnels, in manufactoria, in cathedral undercrofts, in medici wards where the sick rose to murder the living with broken teeth and swollen hands. The Death Guard did not hurry. They did not need to. Lord Varkal Morbidan climbed from the trench as the next line of Imperial guns opened fire. Shells burst around him. Lasfire striped his armour. A missile struck his pauldron and cracked the horn jutting from it. He rolled his shoulder, more irritated than wounded, and kept walking. Behind his lenses, old memories stirred again. Before the rot, before the flies, before the laughter of the Plague Father in the dark between heartbeats, before Mortarian's wings blotted out the light of dying worlds, before Typhon's betrayal, before the warp became a womb of disease, before Terror, before Istvan, before Horus, before Barbarus gave the Legion its death mask. There had been another name. There had been another war. There had been the 14th Legion, marching beneath dusk-coloured skies, hard-eyed and unadorned, believing themselves unbreakable. Morbidan watched the Aquila shrine vanish behind him in smoke and plague fog. The past opened like an old wound. Before they were monsters, they were soldiers. Before they were plague, they were endurance given flesh. Terror burned beneath a dying sun. Not the clean fire of revelation preached in later centuries, when marble saints and gilded confessors would speak of unity, as if it had come upon mankind like dawn. There had been no dawn. There had been only smoke, radwinds, thunderheads, fat with chemical rain, and the long, slow death of old kingdoms crushed beneath the tread of the Emperor's armies. Across the wastelands of old Earth, the last tyrants of the techno-barbarian age died behind their walls. They died in vault cities sunk into poisoned bedrock. They died in gene fortresses whose towers were stitched from steel and bone. They died in mountain redoubts where machine cults had forgotten the difference between worship and malfunction. They died beneath banners of cannibal kings, rad princes, witch lords, and warlords who had named themselves gods because no true god had yet come to correct them. Then the Emperor came. With him came thunder. With him came the Legiones Astartes. Among those early legions marched the 14th. They were not yet the Death Guard. That name had not yet been spoken by the Pale Lord who would one day claim them. They had no Barbaran death masks, no rusted bells, no swollen armour, no plague knives slick with unnatural venom. Their plate was grey like ash beneath evening light, scarred by campaign wear and rad burn, marked by the crimson of the right arm, a bloody heraldry given to them in an age when such symbols still meant obedience rather than damnation. They were the Dusk Raiders. They had earned the name in the choking wars of unification, when their commanders learned to move at the edge of light. They attacked as day failed and night rose, when defenders strained their eyes through smoke and dust, when target lenses struggled against the changing glare, when fear entered the trench with the first shadow. Other legions brought wrath as a storm, or perfection as a blade, or terror as an art. The 14th brought pressure. They closed with the enemy beneath the last light of the sun and did not stop until resistance had been ground into silence. Captain Hadron Salk watched the sun bleed out behind the fortress city of Karak Bastion. He stood amid the dust and static of the forward muster line, one boot planted on the cracked skull of a long-dead machine thrall half buried in the earth. He was Terran-born, gene-wrought in the Emperor's service, old enough in war to remember battlefields that no remembrancer would ever record. His face was pale, stern, and rough with the small scars of helm seals and surgical reinforcement. His eyes were grey. They did not soften often. Around him, his company waited. There was no song among them, no boasting, no laughter. The Dusk Raiders stood in ordered ranks while the Radwind scraped grit across their armour. Breacher squads knelt behind slab shields locked together in rows of ceramite and adamantium. Tactical legionaries checked bolters with ritual precision, sliding magazines home, speaking ammunition counts over the squad vox. Support cadres tested flamer pressure, fuel purity, and ignition runes. Volkite gunners adjusted the coils of their chargers until the weapons glowed with a sullen inner heat. Heavy weapon teams settled autocannons and missile launchers into firing cradles. Terminators waited like walking fortresses, their plate dark and massive in the falling light. Dreadnought sarcophagi stood behind them, ancient warriors sealed inside iron coffins, their fists twitching, their assault cannons purring through readiness cycles. They were beautiful only to those who understood war without ornament. Their armour bore no jewels, their blades carried no devotional etchings beyond marks of maintenance and kill tally. Their banners were practical things, stiffened against wind, coded for recognition beneath smoke. They did not decorate endurance, they practiced it. Carrack Bastion had refused compliance. Its ruler, Archon Ver Malgost, had ruled the fortress city through a dynasty of vat-grown soldiers, butcher priests, and rad mutant auxiliaries bred in the lower reactor pits. His city squatted in the ruins of a continental defense grid, surrounded by minefields, wire forests, macro stubber towers, and walls thick enough to laugh at mortal artillery. He had received the Emperor's terms through herald servitors at dawn. He had returned the servitors at noon, disassembled and nailed to their own proclamation poles. At dusk, Captain Salk made his answer. The Vox link opened with a hiss of static. Across the killing field, on the fortress rampart, Archon Malgost appeared as a grainy, hololithic ghost projected through a cracked relay tower. He was a broad man beneath plates of black iron, his scalp grafted with cables, his mouth hidden behind a grill of brass teeth. Around him stood his sons, clones, or bodyguards. Salk did not care which. They would die in the same manner. "You are late, Emperor's dog," Malgost said. His voice buzzed through interference and distant thunder. "Your master offered law. I offer defiance." Salk regarded the image without expression. "You were offered surrender under the Emperor's law," he said. "You chose expiration." The Archon began to laugh. Salk cut the channel. He turned to his warriors. "First and second breacher, advance under shield lock. Third and fourth tactical, controlled volleys on my mark. Pyre cadres, hold until breach distance. Volkite support, target wall nests and exposed command forms. Dreadnoughts, walk with the line. Terminators, reserve until gate fracture. No pursuit beyond inner curtain until Auspex confirms mine patterns. No prisoners from armed resistance after the third warning." A pause passed through the Voxnet, full of disciplined silence. Then his lieutenants answered. "By your word, Captain." "At dusk," Salk said. The sun touched the horizon. The artillery began. Imperial guns behind the Legion lines spoke first, not in rage but in calculation. Shells screamed across the wasteland and struck the outer approaches of Carrack Bastion. Minefields erupted in chains of orange fire. Wire obstacles vanished beneath fountains of dirt and twisted metal. The fortress answered with heavy stubbers, lass batteries, and old plasma culverins that spat unstable blue-white streams into the gloom. Explosions walked among the Dusk Raiders. Dust swallowed the front ranks. They advanced, not at a run, never at a run. They moved at the pace of inevitable death, boots striking the cracked earth in lockstep, shields raised, bolters angled over shoulders and between shield gaps. Rounds struck the breacher shields in hammering bursts. Stubber fire sparked and ricocheted. Lass beams carved molten lines across ceramite. A legionary took a shell to the knee joint, fell, and dragged himself aside so the rank behind him would not break formation. Another lost half his helm to a plasma wash and continued firing through the smoking ruin of his visor until his squad sergeant ordered him back. Salk walked behind the first line, helm sealed now, the world rendered in target runes, range brackets, and threat icons. His auto-senses washed the dying light into amber clarity. The defenders would be seeing shadows. The Legion saw vectors. "Mark," he said. Bolters answered in disciplined thunder. The first volley struck the wall nests. Men vanished behind red bursts. The second volley walked along the parapets. Heavy stubber crews came apart, their bodies torn open by mass reactive shells that detonated after impact, punching through armor and bursting inside rib cages. A gunner folded over his weapon as his torso opened from within. Another was thrown backward in pieces, his legs left standing for a moment in the weapon pit before collapsing. The Dusk Raiders did not cheer. They reloaded. Volkite beams lanced through the dusk, pale heat striking barricades and exposed flesh. Those touched by the rays convulsed, skin blackening, organs cooking, bodies collapsing into smoking ruin as heat bloomed through them from within. Flamers opened as the Legion reached the first broken wire fields, bathing pillboxes in burning promethium. Men sealed inside their gun emplacements struck the firing slits with flaming hands. Their screams came thin over the Vox intercept before the channels died. Still the fortress fought. Rad mutants poured from sally ports, huge crooked things in piecemeal armor, their faces hidden behind bone masks and cracked industrial visors. They came with chain hooks, cleavers, shot cannons, and crude courage. They struck the shield wall like a tide of butchered meat given anger. The first rank absorbed them. Breacher shields slammed down. Bolters fired at arm's length. Chain blades revved. The wall of men became a slaughterhouse. A mutant drove a hooked blade into a legionary's shoulder joint. The Astartes trapped the weapon with his shield edge, leaned in, and crushed the mutant's skull against the inside of the shield with one blow of his gauntlet. Another creature vaulted the barricade and landed among the second rank. Salk saw it, raised his bolt pistol, and fired twice. The first shell took the thing in the chest and burst it open. The second removed its head, scattering teeth, brain matter, and bone fragments across grey armor. "Formation intact," reported Sergeant Adrastus. "Continue," Salk said. The outer gate died beneath melter charges. It did not open so much as sag, glow, and fall inward in a molten curtain. Through it came the Terminators, their tread shaking the gate tunnel, combi bolters firing into the smoke. Behind them strode the dreadnought Barazus, his sarcophagus bearing the campaign marks of a dozen dead tyrannies. His assault cannons spun up with a rising shriek and turned the tunnel defenders into mist and shredded armor. His power fist closed around a war machine's pilot cage and crushed it until blood and hydraulic fluid poured between iron fingers. The defenders had built a killing ground inside the gate, as Salk had expected. Crossfire balconies, murder holes, mine channels, flame ducts. A lesser force would have been halted there and butchered. The Dusk Raiders fed the killing ground bodies and pressure until it failed. Breacher shields locked again. Tactical squads fired upward. Flamers washed balconies clean. Volkite gunners burned holes through gun nests. Legion Medici dragged the wounded aside, marked the dead, and sent ammunition reports upward through the command channel. Solk stepped over a fallen warrior whose chest had been opened by a shaped charge. The legionary was still alive, one hand clamped around the rent in his armor. "Can you stand?" Solk asked. "No, Captain." "Can you fire?" "Yes, Captain." "Then fire." The warrior rolled onto his side, braced his bolter against a broken stone block, and resumed killing. Within the inner ward, the Archon's household guard formed a shield wall before the command basilica. They were human, not mutant, and they wore the black iron of Malgost's line. Their discipline was respectable, their courage was genuine. Solk acknowledged both facts as he ordered their deaths. They came at the Dusk Raiders with poleaxes and shock mauls, their shield plates marked by the sigil of Karak. For a moment, beneath the red dusk and the burning towers, they almost looked like soldiers of a real civilization, rather than the last convulsion of an age that deserved extinction. "Yield," Solk voxed across the courtyard. "Lay down arms. Final warning." Their commander raised his blade in answer. "So be it," Solk said. The Dusk Raiders fired. The shield wall disappeared beneath bolter impacts. Men were lifted from their feet by detonations in the chest and abdomen. Shields spun away with hands still strapped to them. Those who survived the first volley met the chain blades. The sound was wet and industrial. Limbs came away. Armor split. Bodies were pushed down and trampled beneath the advance. One guard captain tried to rise with his face hanging open from brow to jaw. Sergeant Adrastus ended him with a boot to the skull. The command basilica doors were sealed with gene locks. Barazus broke them with his fist. Inside, beneath icons of Malgost's false dynasty, the Archon waited with his remaining sons. He had shed the hololithic arrogance now. He held a plasma blade in both hands, its unstable edge shedding blue sparks. His bodyguards stood around him, pale and terrified. Captain Solk entered with 3 legionaries. Malgost looked at the bodies outside, then at Solk. "You call this unity?" the Archon spat. "This butchery?" Solk's helm lenses reflected the burning hall. "You were offered compliance. You murder worlds and call it law. We end disorder," Solk said. "You mistake your survival for legitimacy," Malgost charged. He was fast for a mortal. Gene work had strengthened him. Rage gave him the last blessing of dying men. His plasma blade struck Solk's pauldron and burned through the outer layer of plate. Solk let the blow land. He stepped inside the Archon's reach, seized the man's weapon wrist, and broke it. Bone cracked loud enough for the nearest bodyguard to flinch. Malgost tried to curse him. Solk drove a combat blade up beneath his ribs and into his heart. The Archon sagged against him, breathing blood through brass teeth. "Tell your emperor," Malgost whispered, "that terror will choke on its own conquests." Solk withdrew the blade. "No," he said. "You will not be remembered." He let the corpse fall. When the fortress city was secured, the Dusk Raiders did not loot it. They did not defile its dead. They did not stack skulls or scream victory into the chemical wind. Compliance banners were raised. Surviving civilians who had obeyed the final surrender order were processed, tagged, fed, and marked for labor tithe. Armed resistors were executed. Mutants were purged. Tech vaults were sealed for mechanicum assessment. Ammunition tallies were recorded before casualty rolls. Solk stood on the rampart as night fully claimed the wasteland. Below him, pyres burned in ordered rows. His legionaries moved among them like grey ghosts with crimson hands. He watched his apothecaries recover gene seed from the fallen. He watched mortal auxilia drag bodies into sorting pits. He watched servitors scrub the gate tunnel where the blood had gathered ankle deep. He felt no triumph. Triumph was for warriors who believed battle existed to glorify them. The 14th knew better. Battle existed because someone had refused the inevitable. Their purpose was to become the inevitable. Yet there, beneath the discipline, lay the first shadow of something worse. Their endurance made them strong. It also taught them to despise those who broke before they did. Their stoicism preserved them in radwinds and killing grounds. It also sealed away grief, mercy, doubt, and the softer instincts that might have warned them when obedience curdled into fatalism. They honoured surrender when it came before the appointed hour, but when that hour passed, they became absolute. They called this justice. Perhaps it was. Perhaps in that brutal age, justice and annihilation had become the same words spoken in different accents. Solk did not know. He only knew his duty. A signal rune blinked across his helm display. Priority command. Legion level. Authentication codes older than most kingdoms. He accepted the transmission. The voice that came through was cold with controlled significance. Captain Hadron Solk. By order of Legion Command, all senior officers are to prepare for immediate redeployment and formal assembly. The gene sire of the 14th Legion has been found. For a moment, the captain did not speak. Around him, Karak Bastion burned in disciplined silence. Above, the stars were hidden by smoke, but somewhere beyond that veil, the Great Crusade was widening, carrying mankind outward under the Emperor's will. Every legion waited for the day its father would be found. Every son carried that absence in the marrow, whether he named it or not. Solk looked down at his crimson gauntlet, still wet with the blood of a dead tyrant. "Our Primarch," he said. "Yes, Captain. What is his name?" There was a pause on the channel, brief but weighted, as though the future itself had drawn breath. Mortarion. Solk repeated the name once, quietly, committing it to memory. He expected revelation. He expected completion. He expected the 14th to stand before its father and become more truly itself than it had ever been. He did not know that a son may inherit not only glory, but resentment. He did not know that the coming of their gene father would not crown the Dusk Raiders. It would bury them. Barbarous was a world that hated breath. Its mountains rose like broken teeth through oceans of poison fog, each peak crowned by a fortress of black stone, each fortress ruled by a thing that had once pretended to be human. The lowlands lay beneath them in perpetual sickness, drowned in pale mist that crawled through dead forests, corpse valleys, stagnant marshes, and villages built from scavenged iron and bone. The air did not move cleanly. It coiled. It hunted. It entered the lungs like powdered glass and left men coughing blood into the mud before they were old enough to hold a weapon. Nothing on Barbarous was gentle. The soil was sour with old death. The rivers ran grey and slick, carrying fat white larvae from the higher slopes to the famine settlements below. Trees grew twisted and leafless, their bark blistered by chemical rain, their roots tangled through grave pits where the poor buried their dead shallow because the ground was too hard and the dead too many. Bells hung in the lowland villages, not to call men to prayer, but to warn them when the fog thickened. When the bells rang, men sealed their doors, smothered their hearths, and hid their children beneath rotting floorboards. The overlords came down when the bells stopped. They descended from the heights in palanquins of iron and skin, borne by corpse thralls and stitched giants, their shapes hidden beneath robes lacquered with embalming salts. They took tribute in flesh, blood, breath, and obedience. Those who resisted were dragged upward into the poison highlands, where the fog was dense enough to peel skin from bone. Sometimes they returned. Not alive, not dead, remade. The people of the lowlands called the rulers of the mountains many names: lords, witches, death kings. The oldest among them whispered another name when the doors were barred and the mist pressed faces against the windows. Monsters. Above them all was Nekere. He ruled from the highest fastness, where the air was murder and even the lesser overlords did not climb without fear. His fortress stood beyond the last black ridge, veiled in vapour so dense it seemed not built upon the world, but grown from the world's hatred. Nekere was ancient, cruel, and patient. He wore flesh as a lord wears robes, changing servants, bodies, and names across the centuries. His will moved through the fog. His servants carried his terror into every valley. Into that world fell a child. The pod came screaming down through diseased clouds, wreathed in fire bright enough to stain the mist amber for a moment. It struck the mountainside with the force of judgment, splitting stone, boiling poison runoff, and sending carrion things skittering from their burrows. The impact crater steamed for days. Metal hissed. Runes flickered along the pod's surface, alien and imperial at once, though there were none on Barbarous who could read them. Nekere came to the crater. His corpse-bearers sank knee-deep in poison sludge as they carried him through the smoke. His retainers followed, masked and silent, dragging censers of black incense that failed to cleanse the air. The pod opened before him, its seals breaking with a sigh like a dying giant. Inside lay an infant, not weak, never weak. The child did not cry. His skin was pale as corpse wax. His eyes opened beneath the vapours and fixed upon Nekere with a stare too old for any newborn thing. Around him, poison that would have killed a grown lowlander in heartbeats slid across his flesh and did not claim him. Nekere looked upon the child and saw a weapon. He named him Mortarion. The pale child grew in the house of a monster. He was raised not among men, but above them, in the high poison, where the fog had weight and the wind carried venom. Nekere fed him lessons in cruelty. He showed him the villages below and called their people cattle. He showed him the corpse engines, the embalming vaults, the pits where screaming men were opened and remade, and called these things order. Mortarion watched. He learned. He endured. That was the first truth of him. He endured. Where other flesh died, he breathed. Where servants collapsed with blood running from their eyes, he stood. Where the poisons thickened enough to pit metal, he walked longer than any child should have been able to walk. Nekere was pleased, and Mortarion learned to hate that pleasure. He hated the Overlord's hand upon his shoulder. He hated the praise spoken in a dead voice. He hated the way Nekere owned everything he saw, even defiance, even suffering, even him. As he grew, hatred became the iron in his bones. He hated tyrants because he had been raised by one. He hated sorcery because Barbarous was ruled by witchcraft and corpse science dressed in the same diseased robe. He hated weakness because weakness on Barbarous was not a flaw. It was a death sentence. Most of all, he hated being owned. That hatred made him strong. It also became the shape of the prison he would carry for the rest of his existence. Every chain he broke taught him to see chains everywhere. Every master he slew taught him to become harder, colder, more absolute. He would become a liberator. That much was true. But on Barbarous, even liberation learned to wear the mask of death. Mortarion first descended into the lowlands alone. The villagers saw him come through the fog with a rusted rebreather over his mouth, a long coat of treated hide hanging from his shoulders, and a scavenged blade in one hand. He was taller than any man they had ever seen. Lean at first, then broader with each passing year, he carried the Highland poison on him like a cloak. Men fled from him. Men prayed against him. Men raised rifles with shaking hands and aimed at his heart. He did not kill them. That was why some listened. His first followers were not heroes. Barbarous did not breed heroes. It bred survivors, grave diggers, poison breathers, chemsmiths, corpse burners, murderers, deserters from overlord tribute gangs, and old militia captains whose courage had been worn down to something sharp and ugly. Mortarion gathered them, all. He taught them that fear of the mountains could be turned into hatred, and hatred could be hammered into discipline. One of the first to kneel was a hard-faced young warrior named Callus Typhon. He came from the lowland settlements with a voice that could turn frightened men into a mob and a mob into an army. He was broad, dark-eyed and watchful, with the patience of a blade hidden beneath cloth. Men trusted him because he spoke their language. Mortarion valued him because Typhon understood hunger. Not the hunger of the belly alone, though every lowlander knew that, but the deeper hunger that lived behind the eyes. The hunger to rise, the hunger to be chosen, the hunger to stand near power and not be crushed beneath it. Typhon had secrets even then. Sometimes fog moved strangely around him. Sometimes men who angered him dreamed of drowning before they died. Sometimes his eyes reflected light that was not there. Mortarion saw enough to distrust, but not enough to condemn. Typhon was useful. Typhon was loyal, or seemed so. On Barbarous, seeming loyalty was often enough until the knife entered. They forged the first rebellion from scrap. The chemsmiths made rebreathers from filtration mesh, animal gut, copper tubing, and prayer. The corpse burners boiled fat into sealant and rendered bones into alchemical powder. Militia captains trained half-starved men to hold formation beneath terror. Poison breathers taught recruits which fog banks killed in heartbeats and which merely scarred the lungs for life. Blacksmiths hammered mining scythes into war blades. Rad bombs were packed in clay shells and marked with crude death sigils. Rifles were repaired with wire, spite, and stolen parts. Armor was scavenged from dead tribute guards, overlord hunting parties, and battlefield corpses too diseased to bury. Mortarion gave them no lies. He did not tell them they would live. He told them they would climb. The first keep they attacked belonged to Lord Vathrux, a lesser overlord whose fortress squatted above the Valley of Six Graves. For 3 generations, he had taken one man from every household each winter and returned them in spring as corpse thralls. The lowlanders knew the path to his gates because their fathers had been dragged along it. At dusk, Mortarion led them upward. The fog thickened with every step. Men coughed behind their masks. Some dropped to their knees, clawing at their throats, and the corpse burners dragged them aside to die where they would not block the path. No one turned back. Above, the keep loomed from the vapour, its walls slick with condensation and old blood. Bone lanterns burned green along the battlements. The first corpse thralls came without sound. They shambled from the fog in rusted harnesses, their skins swollen by embalming fluids, their mouths stitched around iron breathing tubes. Their skulls had been opened and capped with glass, revealing preserved brains suspended in yellow fluid. Their chests were split and sealed with translucent membrane, and through it, The rebels could see organs pulsing slowly, fed by black pumps fixed between the ribs. Some had too many arms. Some walked on hands grafted where feet should have been. Some carried hooks, others carried cleavers. One dragged the face of a dead child stitched across its own like a trophy. The lowlanders broke for half a breath. Mortarion did not. He walked into the first corpse thrall and cut it in two. His scythe was crude then, not yet the vast killing relic he would one day bear, but it sang well enough. The blade carved through swollen meat, metal brace, and spine. Embalming fluid splashed across Mortarion's coat and smoked where it struck. A second thrall lunged. He caught it by the throat, crushed the iron tube in his fist, and drove his blade down through its open skull. Glass burst. Preserved brain matter spilled across his gauntlet. "Forward," he rasped through his mask. The word became law. Typhon took up the cry. "Forward, you dogs! Forward, unless you prefer the pits." The rebels surged. Rusted rifles cracked. Chem scythes rose and fell. Rad bombs were hurled into the fog and burst with dull flashes, leaving corpse things twitching in the mud as their grafted organs boiled inside their membranes. Men died screaming. Men died silently. Men died with their masks torn free, faces turning black as they inhaled the Highland poison. Mortarion moved through it all like a walking execution. Every stroke of his blade was rebellion. Every corpse thing he felled was a denial of the order that had raised him. Inside the keep, the horror deepened. There were vats of half-made servants. There were racks where men hung open from throat to pelvis, while brass needles pumped preservative into their organs. There were walls of faces nailed in rows, each mouth sewn shut with wire. The rebels recoiled. Mortarion only looked longer. He wanted to remember. Lord Vathrux waited in the upper hall, hunched beneath robes of stitched skin, his long fingers tipped in black metal. He spoke words that made the air curdle. Dead men rose from the floor where they had been buried beneath ash. Their hands broke through stone. Their mouths opened, though their lungs were dust. Mortarion crossed the hall under the weight of witchcraft. His breath came hard. Blood ran from his nose beneath the mask. Vathrux laughed and called him Nekare's pale hound. Mortarion answered by hurling his scythe. It spun once through the green lantern light and buried itself in the Overlord's chest, pinning him to his own throne. Typhon reached him first and held the struggling thing in place. Mortarion came after, drew a long knife, and opened Vathrux from throat to belly. The Overlord's insides were not human. Mortarion tore them out anyway. When the keep burned, the lowlanders gathered in the courtyard among corpses, shaking from poison, terror, and victory. Their dead were stacked. Their wounded were marked. Those too far gone were given quick blades by the corpse burners. Mercy on Barbarous was never soft. It was only swift. Typhon came to Mortarion as dawn failed behind the fog. "The lowlands believe you are death-walking," he said. Mortarion watched the smoke rise from the keep. The fire painted his pale face in red and black. "Then let death climb," he answered. And climb they did, keep by keep, ridge by ridge, season by season. The overlords fell, not all at once, never easily. Every victory cost lives. Every ascent left men rotting in the fog. But the lowlands began to change. Bells still rang, but now they called men to muster as often as to hide. Children learned to strip rifles. Old men learned to make gas seals. The tribute roads became war roads. Mortarion became a myth before he became a lord. Yet above every conquered keep, above every slain monster, above every burned laboratory and broken corpse engine, Nekare remained. The highest peak waited. Mortarion could see it from the slopes after each victory, hidden behind a crown of poison cloud. He knew the path. He knew the enemy. He knew that the final tyrant had to die by his hand, or all freedom would be incomplete. So he climbed. He climbed with armor sealed, lungs burning, scythe in hand. Typhon and the others could not follow far. One by one, even the strongest lowlanders fell back, choking, weeping blood into their masks, unable to endure the poison heights. Mortarion went on alone because pride demanded it, because hatred demanded it, because the child in Nekare's fortress still needed to prove he had never been owned. He almost reached the gate. Almost. The fog became a living wall. His muscles locked. His heart hammered. His sight blurred to white and green. Each breath became knives. Nekare waited above him, vast and robed and amused, the first master and the last. Mortarion dragged himself forward, one hand clawing into the rock, refusing to fall, refusing to beg, refusing to be weak. Then light came, not the sickly light of Barbarous, not corpse lanterns, not green witch flame, gold. A figure walked through the poison as though the world itself had no right to touch him. He was radiant, terrible, crowned not by metal, but by certainty. Armored warriors followed in his wake. His gaze passed over Mortarion with something that might have been pity, and that was worse than cruelty. The Emperor of Mankind climbed where Mortarion could not. He faced Nekare. He killed what Mortarion had sworn to kill. The wound that opened then was not in flesh. Flesh healed. Mortarion knew pain. He knew poison. He knew broken bone, torn lung, fever, and the stubborn refusal of death. This was deeper. The Emperor had saved Barbarous, and by saving it, had stolen the last proof Mortarion needed. He had slain the tyrant, and by doing so, had become another figure standing above Mortarion at the summit of his own life. When Mortarion recovered, the lowlands were cheering. They saw deliverance. They saw the end of Nekare. They saw the Golden Lord from the stars, and the Pale Reaper who had led them from fear. They did not see the infection buried in Mortarion's soul. The Emperor offered him a place among his sons. He offered him war beyond Barbarous. He offered him a legion made from Mortarion's own blood. Mortarion knelt, not from devotion, from defeat. He accepted the warriors waiting in the stars. He accepted command. He accepted the future placed before him by the being who had taken his vengeance and named it rescue. And beneath his silence, resentment settled into him like poison in a sealed wound. The Dusk Raiders assembled beneath a dead white sun. They stood in ranks upon the basalt plain outside the mustering bastions of Barbarous, grey armour darkened by chemical mist, crimson right arms muted beneath the poison haze. Thunderhawks squatted behind them with engines idling. Legion banners snapped in the thin wind, each one bearing campaign honours from Terra, Luna, Mars and the First Worlds brought beneath imperial compliance. The warriors of the 14th Legion had fought since the birth pains of unity. They had killed tyrants whose names were already ash. They had marched through rad storms, gene wars, fortress sieges, and the last brutal seasons of old Earth. They had endured. Now they waited for their father. Captain Hadron Salk stood with the senior officers of the Terran companies, helm mag locked to his thigh, face bare to the poisonous air. His secondary lungs worked without complaint. His blood filtered toxins that would have drowned mortal men in moments. Yet the air of Barbarous tasted wrong even to him. It tasted of grave soil, metal, old blood, and the breath of things that should have remained buried. Around him stood the sons of Terra, the warriors who had carried the Legion's name before any Primarch had claimed it. Their armor was plain, maintained with ruthless discipline, marked by function rather than pride. They had fought as the Dusk Raiders, striking at nightfall, grinding enemies beneath timed pressure and disciplined fire. They had believed their identity forged, tested, and proven. The mist parted. Mortarion came through it like death given height. He was immense, pale, and silent, clad in warplate that seemed less crafted than dragged from some poisoned tomb and forced to obey him. His rebreather hissed with each breath, a slow mechanical rasp that passed across the assembled legion like a blade drawn over stone. A cloak hung from his shoulders, stained by mountain fog and old slaughter. In one hand he carried a great scythe. Its blade was not ornate. It did not need to be. It looked like a farming tool made for harvesting worlds. Behind him came the warriors of Barbarous. They were not yet legionaries, not all of them. Some were newly raised into the gene-wrought brotherhood. Others were mortal veterans from the lowland wars, scarred men in sealed coats and patched masks, their eyes hard with the memory of climbing into poison to kill monsters. They wore trophies taken from the necromantic overlords, bone charms, chem seals, rusted blades, not ornaments of vanity, but reminders of survival. Among them walked Callus Typhon. He moved like a man who understood both crowds and secrets. Broad-shouldered, severe, his presence drew the gaze without demanding it. He had already begun his elevation into the Legion, already stood close to Mortarion's shadow, already spoke with the authority of one who had bled beside the Primarch before the Sons of Terror ever saw him. Solk watched him and felt the first cold taste of distrust. Mortarion mounted the iron dais placed before the Legion. For a long moment, he said nothing. The wind hissed across the plain. The banners cracked. Somewhere in the distance, beyond the mustering field, the lowlands of Barbarous groaned beneath their fog. The world itself seemed to listen. At last, Mortarion spoke. "You were called the Dusk Raiders." His voice was deep, filtered through his breathing apparatus, yet it carried without effort. It was not warm. It was not fatherly. It was the voice of a mountain judging those who climbed it. You were named for the hour in which you struck. You were given honor for timing, discipline, and obedience. These are useful things. They are not enough. Solk felt the officers around him stiffen. Mortarion looked over them as if measuring the Legion not by victories won, but by suffering yet untested. The galaxy is poison. Its tyrants dwell in high places. Its worlds rot beneath false crowns, witch fires, alien filth, and the arrogance of weak men who build walls and believe walls are strength. We will teach them otherwise. The Primarch raised his scythe. The blade caught the sickly sun. You will not be raiders. Raiders strike and vanish. Raiders choose the hour and flee the consequence. You will be the consequence. You will be the breath at the door. You will be the hand on the throat. You will be the final pressure beneath which resistance fails. The wind died. You are my death guard. The name passed through the Legion like a shell burst without sound. Some of the Barbaran warriors bowed their heads. Some struck fists to breastplates. Typhon smiled faintly, as though he had known the name before it had been spoken. The Terrans did not move at first. Solk heard the silence of men who had just felt history taken from their hands. The Dusk Raiders were dead. The Legion did not yet know whether to mourn. Mortarion gave them no time. He remade them as he had remade the lowlands. Not gently, never gently. The 14th Legion became a weapon shaped in the image of Barbarous. Their training cycles changed. Their armories changed. Their rituals changed. Their language changed. Endurance was no longer merely a battlefield virtue. It became creed, doctrine, judgment, and punishment. The apothecaries were ordered to push tolerance thresholds beyond sane limits. Legionaries trained in sealed vaults flooded with rad vapor, nerve fog, blister agents, and alchemical toxins harvested from Barbarus. Warriors marched for days through killing atmospheres until even their transhuman bodies trembled. Those who fell were revived, measured, recorded, and sent back into the vapor. Pain response was studied. Organ recovery was tested. Respiratory failure was delayed, then punished, then overcome. The Legion learned to treat poison not as hazard, but as weather. Armor as reinforced seals, thickened plate, simplified ornamentation, and increased ammunition storage. A warrior of the 14th would carry more rounds, more grenades, more replacement filters, more weapon oil, more blades, more everything needed to continue when faster legions had spent themselves. Their bolters were maintained like execution tools. Their flamers were tuned for sustained saturation. Their siege guns were kept ugly and reliable. Their tanks were stripped of flourish and blessed with redundancy. A machine that survived was preferable to a machine that inspired. The Legion's librarius withered beneath Mortarian's gaze. He distrusted psychers with an old hatred rooted in Barbarus, where sorcery had worn the faces of overlords and raised the dead as tools. He tolerated what command required, but his contempt was plain. Witchcraft was weakness disguised as power. The warp was a chain pretending to be a door. Many Terran officers found the sentiment harsh but understandable. They had seen what uncontrolled psychic mutation had done during Unity. Others heard in Mortarian's words something more dangerous than caution. They heard obsession. Terran veterans began to lose place. Not at once, not by proclamation. It happened by degrees, by assignments, by council invitations no longer sent, by Barbaran officers elevated in the Primarch's trust. Men like Hadron Sulk were still respected, still obeyed, still given command where their competence could not be denied. But the Legion's soul shifted beneath their boots. Barbarous-born recruits looked upon the Terrans as relics from a softer war, sons of a distant throne rather than sons of the poisoned world. The Terrans saw in the Barbarans a hard and bitter brotherhood that mistook resentment for truth. Neither side spoke openly of division. The 14th did not indulge in complaint. They endured it. That was how the sickness began. Varkal Morbidan was young then, newly raised from Barbaran stock, his body remade by genecraft, his mind still full of the lowland fog. He watched the Terrans with suspicion. They were too clean, he thought, too proud of battles fought under another sky. He saw their old honours and read them as claims upon a legion that now belonged to Mortarion. Yet when he first fought beside Captain Sulk, resentment became confusion. Sulk did not break. The captain led as the 14th always had. He walked into fire. He measured casualties without flinching. He honoured surrender when command law allowed it and executed resistance when the hour closed. He did not boast of terror. He did not mock Barbarus. He simply endured, and in that endurance, Morbidan saw a truth he disliked. The old legion had not been weak. It had merely not been Mortarians. The test came upon the toxic moon of Vordrask. Vordrask circled a dead giant star at the edge of a compliance zone other legions had ignored for good reason. Its surface was a black and green nightmare of acid seas, fungal plains, jagged mineral forests, and corrosive storms strong enough to strip paint from ceramite. Beneath those clouds lived a Xenos breed that had refused all contact, all warning, and all imperial demand. Their cities were not cities in any human sense, but vertical hives of chitin, resin, and mineral growth, fused into canyon walls and defended by bioartillery that spat toxin needles through tank armor. Other commanders proposed orbital decapitation, lance strikes against command nodes, limited insertion by elite companies, clean destruction from above. Mortarion rejected it. He ordered a full atmospheric landing. The Strategium fell silent when he gave the command. Hololithic storm maps churned between the captains, every rune showing lethal turbulence, acid density, and hostile fire saturation. Even the Mechanicum envoys clicked unease through their vox grills. Sulk looked at the Primarch across the display. "My lord, orbital fire could break their upper hives before descent. The landing losses will be severe." Mortarion's eyes settled on him. "They believe their world protects them. It does. Then we will take it from them." Typhon stood at Mortarion's side, silent and watchful. Sulk inclined his head. "By your command." The descent began at dusk by Terran measure, though Vordrask's sky had no true day, only variations of storm lit by green lightning. Thousands of landing craft tore through the atmosphere in iron waves. Stormbirds, thunderhawks, drop barges, assault landers, cargo haulers, and mechanicum lifters descended through corrosive cloud. Lightning crawled across their hulls. Acid rain hammered armor glass. Warning runes flickered red. Some craft vanished in storm shear, breaking apart before they reached firing altitude. Others were struck by Xenos toxin spines and spun burning into the clouds. No recall order came. The Death Guard landed. Assault ramps dropped into acid mud. Legionaries marched down before the ground had cooled from engine wash. The rain struck their armor and hissed. Bolters rose. Auspex ghosts swarmed. The first Xenos attack came from beneath the fungal plains, pale bodies bursting from the mire with hooked limbs and needle mouths. They moved fast, too fast for mortal eyes. The 14th answered with massed bolter fire. The front ranks fired until barrels glowed. Shells detonated in alien torsos, spraying yellow blood and ropes of internal tissue across the mud. Flamers washed trenches of burning promethium through fungal growths, turning hidden broods into shrieking silhouettes. Volkite beams scythed across ridgelines, flash-boiling resin towers, and cooking defenders inside their own shells. Rad grenades vanished into burrows and filled them with invisible death. The Xenos did not understand retreat. The Death Guard did not require them to. Titan maniples strode from the storm behind the Legion line, god engines walking through lakes of acid that frothed around their ankle pistons. Their void shields shimmered beneath bio-artillery impacts. Volcano cannons fired into the canyon hives, each blast turning alien architecture into molten paste. Warhounds loped through the fog, their weapon arms stitching plasma and mega-bolter fire across defensive ridges. Knights waded at their feet, banners dissolving in the rain. Still, Mortarion sent the infantry forward. Because worlds were not conquered by thunder alone. They were conquered when a warrior stood where the enemy had stood and did not move. The Death Guard crossed the plains under fire. They lost squads. They lost tanks. They lost dreadnoughts whose sarcophagi were breached by acid and toxin spines. The ancient warriors within dying their second deaths in boiling amniotic fluids. They kept walking. Morbidon fought beside Sulk in the breach of the 9th Canyon Hive, though neither would later speak of it with affection. A Xenos construct struck Sulk from the wall, a many-limbed thing with bone blades and a throat full of venom sacs. It tore into his pauldron, punched through the outer plate, and drove him to one knee. Morbidon shot it twice and split its skull with a chain blade before it could strike again. Solk rose, armor smoking. "My thanks," he said. Morbidon fired past him into the fog. "Endure better, Terran." Solk looked at him for half a second, then gave a dry, humorless grunt. "Advance better, Barbaran." They did. By the third assault cycle, the alien fortresses were collapsing. Legion artillery pounded them without pause, reducing ridge hives to slurry. Heavy support squads carried ammunition forward through acid rain. Tech Marines blessed weapons with litanies made short by necessity. Apothecaries harvested gene seed in the mud, while shells burst around them. Mortarion walked among the front lines, unbowed by storm or poison, his scythe carving through Xenos elite forms that guarded the central hive. At the height of the assault, he gathered his captains beneath the shadow of a burning canyon wall. Around them, the world died in layers. Acid rain, bolter smoke, alien screams, the footfalls of titans, the wet collapse of biological architecture. Mortarion looked at the slaughter and seemed not pleased, but confirmed. "Victory is not speed," he told them. "Victory is pressure. Apply enough, for long enough, and the galaxy breaks." No one questioned him. How could they? Vordrask broke. The Xenos Queen thing was dragged from its resin sanctum with its limbs severed and its brain clusters exposed. It tried to speak through psychic vibration. Mortarion ordered it burned before the librarians could interpret the meaning. Its corpse was suspended from a chemical pylon, while the last of its species were driven into the acid lowlands and annihilated by artillery. Compliance was declared over a dead world. The Imperial records would call it a successful xenocidal purge. Efficient, necessary, within acceptable loss projections. The 14th buried their dead in sealed mass trenches beneath lime, ash, and black stone. They did not hold long rites. They did not need comfort. Their fallen had endured until they could not, and that was all honor required. So it went across the Great Crusade. Chemworlds, plague moons, fortress hives, rad-blasted manufactoria, Xenos warrens beneath glass deserts, trench continents where millions died over kilometers of mud. The Death Guard took the wars that other legions considered ugly, slow, contaminated, or tactically unrewarding. They walked into places where the air killed, where the water burned, where disease ate mortal armies before battle was joined. They carried sealed plate, heavy ammunition, alchemical weapons, and the belief that survival itself was proof of righteousness. They could be honorable in their way. A city that surrendered within the given hour was spared the worst. Its leaders were judged, its armies disarmed, its tithes calculated, its people folded into the Imperium's vast machinery of obedience. Mortarion had no love for waste that served no function, but resistance after the hour was answered without softness. Worlds that resisted too long were emptied. Their commanders were chained to chemical pylons and left to breathe the consequences of defiance. Their armies were buried in mass trenches under lime and ash, stacked by unit, rank, and contamination category. Their cities were washed with fire until nothing living remained that had carried a weapon. The Death Guard were not sadists like the Terror Legions. They did not kill to hear screaming. They killed because the equation had closed. That made them worse in some ways. A sadist could be distracted by pleasure. The Death Guard could not. Years passed in smoke. The name Dusk Raiders faded from banners, then from orders, then from the mouths of recruits. It survived among Terran veterans as a memory spoken rarely and never before the Primarch. Hadron Solk kept the old name in silence. He served with precision. He fought with honor where honor was permitted. He watched the Barbarans multiply through the officer corps. He watched Typhon rise. He watched Mortarian's contempt for weakness harden into something that judged all softness as corruption. And he wondered, though never aloud, whether endurance without mercy was merely another form of poison. After Vordrask, as the fleet translated toward the next war, the War Master came aboard. Horus Lupercal walked the embarkation deck of the Death Guard flagship with the ease of a king entering a brother's hall. He was golden where Mortarion was pale, warm where Mortarion was cold, magnificent where Mortarion was severe. Around him, even veteran warriors felt the pull of charisma like gravity. Horus knew the names of captains. He praised the dead. He spoke of ugly wars with the respect of one who understood their cost. Mortarion received him beneath banners stained by toxic rain. "You have made them formidable," Horus said, watching the Death Guard companies pass in review. No flourish, no vanity, no weakness. A legion fit for the wars others pretend not to see. Mortarion's expression did not change, but he listened. Horus stepped closer, voice lowering, shaped for brotherhood rather than ceremony. "Some fathers make weapons to shine before the court. Yours made you for the dark places. Perhaps that is why he does not understand what he has in you." The words were gentle. The wound they touched was not. Mortarion looked out across his legion, his Death Guard, his sons remade in the image of the world that had tried to kill him. For a moment, the silence of Barbarous seemed to gather around him again. Horus smiled as if offering nothing more dangerous than admiration. And somewhere beneath Mortarion's armor, beneath discipline, beneath victory, beneath the hatred of tyrants and the old humiliation on the highest peak, resentment shifted like an infection finding the blood. The Great Crusade wore gold over rot. From orbit, compliant worlds gleamed beneath new imperial banners. The Aquila rose over palace domes, spaceports, manufactoria stacks, and shattered citadels where tyrants had made their last stands. Vox choirs sang of unity. Iterators spoke of reason, law, and the end of old night. Remembrancers painted conquest as sunrise. Every surrender rendered clean in oil and marble. Every battlefield made noble by distance. Captain Hadran Solk had stood close enough to see the truth beneath the gilding. Gold did not hide the corpse pits. It did not silence the trenches where conquered soldiers were stacked beneath lime. It did not cool the burned Xenos cities, their towers still glowing with residual heat, their inhabitants reduced to black curls of carbon beneath the boots of compliance clerks. It did not soften the sight of populations dragged into new order by ration decree, labour tithe, and gun barrel. It did not change the smell of victory. Victory smelled of hot metal, opened bowels, promethium ash, and fear pressed flat beneath military necessity. The Imperium called that necessity enlightenment. The 14th Legion called it work. They took the worlds others did not want. They bled in places where glory died quickly. Chem moons, contagion belts, fortress hives with atmosphere scrubbers failing by the hour. Xenos nests beneath rad-glass continents. Human dominions ruled by machine kings, corpse priests, gene tyrants, and false prophets who preached freedom until Legion artillery began measuring their walls. The Death Guard endured it all, and their father endured them. Mortarion had become a name that commanders spoke with respect and rarely with affection. Even among Primarchs, he stood apart. He was not beloved like Sanguinius, not dazzling like Fulgrim, not precise like Guilliman, not openly savage like Angron, not warm in brotherhood like Vulcan. He was the pale reaper in the council chamber, the bitter son who spoke little and watched much. When he did speak, the room hardened. He had victories enough to silence criticism. Whole sectors had broken under his campaigns. Worlds thought impossible to invade had been reduced, catalogued, and tithed. The Death Guard were reliable in the way a sealed tomb was reliable. They did not charm allies. They did not inspire poets. They did not require either. Yet isolation is a form of pressure, and pressure was the language Mortarion understood. Horus understood it too. The War Master did not approach Mortarion as lesser men did. He did not flatter him with hollow praise before turning away in discomfort. He did not speak of Barbarous with pity. He did not ask why the Death Guard were so grim, why their rituals were so severe, why their Primarch carried silence like a weapon. Horus spoke to Mortarion as one. Brother speaks to another when the court has emptied and only truth remains, or something wearing truth's skin. They met often in the years when the Imperium's outward face shone brightest and its foundations began to crack. Sometimes it was aboard the Vengeful Spirit, where the strategium floors reflected star maps and conquest projections in cold light. Sometimes aboard the Endurance, where the air tasted faintly of chemical sealant and old iron, and the Death Guard stood in shadowed galleries like statues awaiting war. Sometimes on conquered worlds before the corpses had cooled, where mortal officials hurried to raise imperial standards, while legionaries still scraped brain matter from their gauntlets. On the world of Galaspar Secundus, after the fortress parliament was reduced to ruin, Horus walked beside Mortarion through a boulevard of toppled statues. Rain fell black through smoke. The old rulers of the planet hung from gibbet cranes, their titles burned from public record. Beneath the road, mass graves had already been opened by compliance crews. Horus looked up at the dead rulers swinging in the rain. "Efficient," he said. Mortarion's respirator hissed. "They were warned. They always are. They refused. They always do." Mortarion glanced at him. "You disapprove?" "No." Horus smiled faintly. "I understand. That is rarer." The words settled between them. Horus had the gift of making silence feel answered. In the campaigns that followed, the War Master pressed nothing openly. He did not speak of gods. He did not whisper of demons. Such temptations would have disgusted Mortarion and driven him back into the hard shell of contempt that protected him from most men. Horus knew better. He did not offer pleasure, as he might have to a soul hungry for sensation. He did not offer blood, as he might have to a warrior who lived only in rage. He did not offer sorcery, because Mortarion hated witches with a hatred that had its roots in the fog of Barbarous and the corpse magic of overlords. Horus offered resentment a throne and called it justice. He spoke of tyranny. He spoke of the Emperor's distance. He spoke of a father who had needed sons to conquer the stars, then withdrawn to terror without explanation, leaving them to bleed in his name while he worked behind sealed doors. He spoke of edicts, prohibitions, secrets, and the hypocrisy of a ruler who condemned witchcraft while bending forces no mortal science could name. He spoke of a golden lord who had killed Nakare, not as a savior, but as a thief who had taken from Mortarion the right to end his own chains. Each word found old scar tissue. Typhon made sure the wounds remained open. Callous Typhon had become more than a captain by then. Among the Barbaran born, his voice carried like a second command. He was loyal in all the ways a man could appear loyal. He stood near Mortarion in war councils. He agreed with his Primarch's disdain for weakness. He enforced discipline with a severity that pleased the old mountain instincts of the Legion. He fought with courage. He bled with his brothers. he won. But there were chambers aboard the fleet where Hadron Sulk was not invited. There were meetings whose participants emerged silent, their helms sealed though the air was clean. There were hand signs exchanged between Barbaran officers that did not belong to the formal battle cant of the Legion. There were lodge marks scratched into the underside of tables, inside armory doors, beneath devotional plates that had once carried oaths to terror. Circles, blades, crude symbols of brotherhood that claimed to bind warrior to warrior beyond command structure. Sulk noticed everything. He said little. He was Terran. That had become a distinction where once it had been incidental. He still commanded respect because no warrior could deny his record, but respect no longer carried trust with it. Younger legionaries looked through him as if he were part of a previous campaign now concluded. Barbaran officers spoke more freely when he left. Old Imperial oaths were still recited before battle, but they came from some mouths with less force, as if the words had become necessary sounds rather than belief. One night's cycle aboard the Endurance, Sulk found Varkal Morbidan alone in an arming chamber, scraping carbon from a chain blade. Morbidan was no longer the raw Barbaran warrior Sulk had first fought beside on Vordrask. He had grown into a hard, broad Astartes with eyes like stones from a grave field. His armor bore the scars of several compliance wars, each repaired without vanity. He looked up as Sulk entered. "Captain," Morbidan said. "Varkal." The younger warrior returned to his blade. "You came to inspect me." "I came to ask why your squad failed to recite the full oath before deployment." Morbidan's scraping paused. "We recited enough." Sulk crossed the chamber slowly. Servitor arms hung above them, motionless. The air smelled of oil and metal filings. "There is no enough in an oath." Morbidan looked at him then. "You Terrans speak as if words hold worlds together. They hold warriors together." "No," Morbidan said. "War does." Sulk studied him for a moment. "And when war divides us..." Morbidan's expression did not change, but something guarded moved behind his eyes. "Then we discover who was weak." Sulk felt the answer like cold pressure in the chest. Not because it was new, because it was everywhere now. The campaign against the Principality of Vol revealed how far the Legion had turned. Vol was a human system at the edge of a trade corridor, rich in void docks, grain moons, and orbital manufactoria. Its rulers had refused imperial incorporation, not from madness, but calculation. They offered tribute without obedience, alliance without surrender, trade without compliance. The administratum called it unacceptable. The War Master agreed. Mortarion was given the task of correction. The first phase went as doctrine demanded. Orbital stations were crippled. Defense monitors were boarded and purged. Grain moons were seized intact. The fortress world of Vol Prime was isolated behind a curtain of destroyers and strike cruisers. Terms were broadcast. Submit to imperial law. Disarm all void assets. Render tithe. Accept compliance governors. Deliver ruling princes for judgment. The princes refused. Mortarion waited until the appointed hour passed. Then he ordered atmospheric poison deployment across the outer fortress belts. Sulk stood in the strategium when the order was given. The hololith showed population zones, military bastions, water reserves, wind paths, and projected mortality. Civilian districts lay close to several defensive lines. The poison would not remain obedient to military boundaries. Everyone in the chamber knew it. "My lord," Sulk said, "targeted assault could preserve the lower districts. Their armies are concentrated around the citadel rings. If we breach there, compliance may still be recovered with usable population stock." Mortarion did not look at him at first. The Primarch watched the hololithic world turn in sickly green light. They were warned. Yes, Lord. They refused. Yes, Lord. Then the lesson must reach those who hear refusal and mistake it for courage. Sulk kept his voice level. The lower districts cannot alter the decision of their rulers. Mortarion finally looked at him. No, but they sustained them. The chamber went silent. Horus stood nearby, present as observer, though no one in the chamber was foolish enough to believe he merely observed. His face held sorrow shaped perfectly enough to be convincing. "Brother," Horus said softly, "there is a difference between severity and waste." Mortarion's eyes remained on Sulk. Severity prevents repetition. Waste is killing without purpose. "And this has purpose?" Sulk asked before caution could silence him. Several officers turned. Typhon's gaze sharpened. Mortarion stepped closer. His height swallowed the light. "Do you question the order?" Sulk met his father's eyes. "I request clarification so that I may execute it without error." For a long moment, only the hum of the hololith filled the strategium. Then Mortarion said, "The order stands." Sulk bowed his head. "By your command." Vol Prime died by degrees. The first poison shells burst over the fortress belts in pale clouds that sank rather than dispersed. Men in bunkers survived the explosions only to tear open their masks when the filters failed. The toxin entered through eyes, pores, wounds, and cheap seals. Soldiers clawed at their own throats. Officers drowned in their command posts. Tank crews cooked inside their vehicles when panic made them ignite engines too early, and poison vapor fed the internal. Fires. Then the wind carried death downhill. The lower districts became chaos. Civilians hammered on sealed transit gates, while militia commissars tried to enforce order with las pistols. Medici halls filled, overflowed, and became charnel houses. Children died in ration lines. Old men collapsed in manufactoria aisles. Those who tried to flee into drainage tunnels found the vapor waiting low and thick, hugging the ground like a patient beast. The Death Guard advanced after the poison. They walked through it in sealed plate, bolters ready, flamers hissing. Their boots crushed the bodies of men who had died without ever seeing them. Resistance points were marked, shelled, breached, and cleared. In the third Citadel ring, Vol's Prince Guard attempted a counterattack with armoured walkers and gene-bred infantry. Mortarion ordered no encirclement, no negotiation, no second offer. The Death Guard met them head-on. Sulk's company took the western approach. He saw warriors die bravely beneath his guns. He saw commanders trying to rally men whose lungs were already melting. He saw a Prince of Vol, no coward, stand atop a cracked bunker with a power sword raised, shouting for his soldiers to die as free men. Sulk shot him through the chest with a bolter round. The explosion opened the prince's back and hurled him from the bunker into a ditch full of poisoned dead. It was war. It was compliance. It was harsher than necessary. That knowledge sat inside Sulk like a stone. After the final citadel fell, Mortarion ordered the ruling bloodlines chained to chemical pylons in the central plaza. Not for spectacle, he said, for instruction. The survivors of Hol were marched past them in silence, while the princes convulsed, blistered, and died by the same poison that had taken their cities. Their bodies remained hanging for 7 days. Vultures would not touch them. The Legion recorded ammunition expenditure, atmospheric saturation rates, casualty ratios, compliance yield, and infrastructure loss. The numbers were acceptable. The lesson was complete. No one celebrated. That was the Death Guard way. And still, something had changed. Horus found Mortarion after Vol, alone above the corpse plaza, watching the pylons creak in the wind. The War Master came without escort. His armor shone softly beneath the polluted sunset, gold against green haze. "You did what needed doing," Horus said. Mortarion's breath rasped through his mask. "Do you believe that?" "I believe you know tyranny when you see it." Mortarion's silence invited more. Horus stepped beside him. "I also believe you know hypocrisy." The Primarch of the Death Guard did not turn. Horus looked out over the conquered city. "You hate monsters in high places, brother. Tell me, what sits highest of all?" Mortarion did not answer. He did not need to. The question had entered him like a blade between plates. In the weeks that followed, the lodges spread faster. Typhon's influence deepened. Barbarian officers spoke of freedom from false masters, of a legion's loyalty to its father before any distant throne, of the Emperor's lies wrapped in secular law. Solk heard fragments and found doors closed when he approached. Some Terran veterans came to him in private, their voices low, their unease carefully worded. "The oaths are changing," said Sergeant Adrastus. "No," Solk replied. "The men are. What do we do?" Solk had no answer that did not taste like treason or blindness. In the upper chambers, Horus continued to speak with Mortarion, not as commander to asset, not as war master to subordinate, as a wronged son to another wronged son. He gave Mortarion permission to name old pain as truth. He made resentment feel like clarity. He made rebellion sound like the last honest duty. Mortarion made his choice long before he spoke it aloud. He chose against the golden tyrant who had stolen his summit. He chose against the father who wielded hidden powers while condemning witches. He chose against the Imperium that dressed conquest as liberation and obedience as reason. He told himself he was rejecting chains. He told himself he was standing where he should have stood on Barbarous, alone before the highest monster, scythe in hand, refusing ownership. He did not see the garden waiting beyond the door. He did not hear the laughter beneath the soil. He did not understand that hatred of chains can guide a man straight into stronger ones. Mortarion believed he was turning away from tyranny. The tragedy was that he was walking toward a god who would own him more completely than the Emperor ever did. Istvan III burned before the loyal sons of the legions understood they had been murdered. At first, the sky merely changed colour. It had been the iron grey of a besieged world, stained by smoke from burning districts and the contrails of aircraft hunting through the upper atmosphere. Then the clouds split open. Falling lights descended from orbit, too many to be drop pods, too slow to be lance fire, too deliberate to be debris. They came down in patterns so precise that every warrior looking up knew they were seeing command, not accident. Captain Hadron Solk stood in the avenue of the Martyrs' processional with his bolter locked in both hands and ash falling across his armour. His plate was scarred, blackened, and marked by the old colours of the 14th. Grey, red right arm, no flies, no rusted bells, no swollen icons, no gifts, no rot. He wore the armour of a legion that had once been called the Dusk Raiders, though few now spoke that name without bitterness. Around him, loyal Death Guard squads held the boulevard in disciplined ranks. They had been deployed to the surface under orders to crush rebellion, to pacify a world judged infected by treason, to fight beside brother legions in the War Master's name. World Eaters, Emperor's children, sons of Horus and Death Guard had all sent warriors below. Some had known the truth, others had been selected because they would never accept it. Solk understood that now. He understood it as the virus bombs opened in the heavens. The first detonation burst high above the city and spread like a pale flower. No flame followed at once, no thunder rolled. Instead, a mist descended, a glittering death that entered every broken window, every trench, every bunker mouth, every helm seal compromised by battle. Mortal soldiers died instantly. Their flesh slackened, split, and collapsed from the bones in wet sheets. Men who had been screaming became sludge before the echoes ended. Horses, sump beasts, carrion birds, and the vermin of the undercity all liquefied into brown slicks across the stone. The Astartes lasted longer. That was the cruelty of it. Transhuman organs fought the life-eater virus with all the strength the Emperor had given them. Their bodies resisted dissolution, and in resisting, made agony endure. Loyalist legionaries dropped to one knee as their armor seals screamed warnings. Men tore off helms because they could not breathe, then died faster with their faces exposed. Others remained sealed inside, drowning in their own melting lungs, while their armor filled with broth made from organs and blood. Salk heard his vox channels become a cathedral of dying. Seal breaches. Brother Varun is down. Medicae. Negative, negative, no life signs. By terror, command has fired on us. Stand to, hold formation. Then came the firestorm. The atmosphere ignited. The gases released by the murdered dead went up in a world-spanning furnace. Streets became flame tunnels. Hab blocks exploded from within as pressure sought escape. Plazas vanished beneath walls of fire that rolled faster than men could run. Armor turned red. Ceramite cracked. Bodies already reduced to slurry became fuel. The city of Istvan III was remade into a crematorium large enough for gods to see from orbit. Salk was thrown through the doors of a shattered chapel when the first firefront hit. He struck the nave hard enough to break marble beneath him. His auto-senses flared white. Heat alarms shrieked. He tasted blood, copper, and burned sealant. For several heartbeats, he saw nothing but warning runes. Then his vision returned in fragments. The chapel roof was gone. Burning sky glared through the ribs of the building. Statues of forgotten saints melted down the walls in waxen streams. Dead mortal troops lay across the floor, armor emptying through its joints as the virus finished its work inside them. A Death Guard legionary crawled towards Salk with both legs gone below the knee, his gauntlets leaving streaks through human remains. "Captain," the warrior voxed. Salk rose. His armor protested. His left pauldron had cracked. His helm lenses were scarred by heat. His bolter, still mag locked to his grip by reflex, had survived. "Name," Salk ordered. "Brother Cadis." "Can you fire?" "Yes, Captain." "Then you are alive." He dragged Cadis behind the stump of an altar and checked the tactical feed. Most of it was dead. Legion identifiers blinked out by the 100. Not just Death Guard. Loyalist elements across the city, from every betrayed legion, were being erased by their own ships. Not by accident, not by enemy action, by their fathers. Salk opened a command channel and found only static. He tried Legion Command. Static. He tried Fleet Command. Static, thick enough to be deliberate. He switched to local. All loyal warriors of the 14th within reception. This is Captain Hadron Salk. Rally at the Martyrs Processional. Use stone cover. Avoid open avenues until the firefront passes. Confirm survivors by squad mark and ammunition state. For several seconds, nothing answered. Then voices came. Sergeant Adrastus, 4 brothers alive, 2 combat capable. Brother Morden, heavy support remnants, missile launcher functioning. Contempt to Hellbrand active, mobility impaired, weapons loyal. 7th Tactical reduced to 3, holding Western Transept. "Captain, what are our orders?" Sulk looked through the shattered chapel doors at the burning city beyond. His voice remained cold. "We do what we were made to do. We endure. Then we kill the traitors who come to confirm our deaths." The Loyalists survived longer than Horus had allowed for. That truth began as stubborn pulses on tactical displays and became a strategic wound. Across Istvan III, betrayed warriors rose from virus ash and fire ruin. They clawed themselves out of bunkers filled with cooked bone. They dragged wounded brothers behind barricades made from rhino hulls and collapsed hab walls. They stripped ammunition from the dead. They rearmed. They formed lines. Sulk gathered what remained of his Death Guard companies in the ash streets around the broken Hab Cathedral of St. Orison's Fall. The cathedral had been built before compliance and rededicated after conquest, its towers blackened by centuries of war. Now its nave became a fortress. Its reliquary vaults became ammunition stores. Its transepts became killing lanes. Battered rhinos were shoved into avenue mouths and welded in place by tech marines with burned hands. Heavy bolters were mounted in bell towers. Missile teams took position behind cracked gargoyles. Flamers waited inside chapels. Contemptor Dreadnought Hellbrand stood in the central archway, his left leg half fused by heat, his assault cannon still alive. Sulk moved among them without ceremony. He did not offer comfort. He did not speak of hope. Hope was a luxury for men who did not understand artillery. He gave fields of fire. He gave ammunition priorities. He gave kill orders. Target officers first. Spare no Terminator. Melter charges held until armor commits. Do not waste crack missiles on infantry. If they offer terms, shoot the speaker. Sergeant Adrastus watched him from beside a rhino barricade. "Captain," he said quietly over a private vox line, "what of Lord Mortarion?" Sulk did not answer at once. The firestorm howled overhead, a hot wind full of ash and human grease. "At present," Sulk said, "Lord Mortarion is either dead, deceived, or damned." Adrastus tightened his grip on his bolter. "And if he commands those coming?" Sulk looked toward the northern avenue, where Auspec's ghosts were beginning to move through the smoke. "Then he commands traitors." The first assault came under cover of artillery. Shells fell in walking patterns, smashing the streets before the cathedral and throwing slabs of stone into the air. Phosphex canisters burst against the western wall, spilling white-green fire that clung to stone, armor, and flesh with hungry intelligence. Loyalists scraped it from their plate with combat blades before it could burn through. One warrior failed, and the fire ate through his gorget, into his throat, and down into his chest. He did not scream. He removed his helm, handed his bolter to a brother, and stepped into the open so his ammunition would not cook off among the squad. The traitor Death Guard came after the bombardment. They emerged through the smoke in ordered ranks. That hurt worse than the shells. They looked the same. Grey armor, crimson arms, legion markings, squad designations Sulk recognized. Warriors he had fought, beside on chemmoons, trench worlds, and dead fortresses. They did not come laughing. They did not howl devotion to false gods. They came with bolters raised and purpose in every step, using the same controlled advance the 14th had perfected across the Great Crusade. Brother killing brother with the discipline their father had taught them. Behind them rolled Spartan assault tanks, their armoured prows blackened by ash, heavy bolters hammering the cathedral front. Heavy flamer teams advanced beside the armour, washing barricades with sheets of burning promethium. Terminators teleported into the outer chapels with cracking displacement thunder, combi bolters firing before the light faded from their arrival. Sulk's ambush answered. Missile launchers struck the lead Spartan in the track assembly. The war machine slewed sideways, grinding into a crater. Hellbrand opened fire from the archway, assault cannon rounds shredding the heavy flamer team beside it. Loyalist bolters fired from every shattered window and broken cloister. Mass reactive shells tore into traitor plate. Legionaries died standing, armor bursting outward from internal detonations. A Terminator took a crack missile to the chest and vanished in a flash of pulverized ceramite and cooked meat. The traitors did not retreat. They came on. Sulk met them in the nave. A traitor sergeant vaulted the broken altar with a chain axe roaring. Sulk caught the haft on his bolter, drove a knee into the warrior's chest, and fired point blank into his helm. The head burst inside the helmet, blood and bone venting through the eye lenses. Another came from the side with a power maul. Sulk turned the blow with his pauldron, felt the plate crack, and stabbed upward with his combat blade beneath the warrior's arm, through the weak seal into the heart. The traitor collapsed without a word. No curses, no pleas, no brotherhood, only erasure. That was what made the betrayal colder than madness. The traitor Death Guard did not mock their loyal brothers. They did not waste breath justifying themselves in battle. They applied violence like doctrine, phosphex to deny ground, artillery to collapse cover, terminators to break hardpoints, flamers to clear interiors, bolters to finish anything that still moved. It was the 14th Legion at war with itself, and both sides knew how to endure. The battle dragged through the burning day into a night made red by atmospheric fire. The Loyalists lost the western cloister, retook it with flamers, lost it again when the roof collapsed. Hellbrand crushed a Terminator against a pillar and was gutted by melter fire moments later, his sarcophagus splitting open, the ancient warrior inside burning with a sound like a prayer ground into static. Sergeant Adrastus led a countercharge through the reliquary hall and died holding a breach long enough for Sulk to reposition the missile teams. Somewhere beyond the burning city, a ship named the Eisenstein fled into legend. Sulk heard the first broken whispers through a relay not yet entirely dead. Nathaniel Garrow, loyal Death Guard. A warning carried through impossible odds. A path toward terror if the warp did not swallow him and traitor guns did not catch him first. Sulk did not know whether the transmission was truth or dying hope misheard through static. He chose to believe it for the length of one breath, then return to the war before him. A warning had to reach the Emperor. If not from them, then from Garrow. If not by victory, then by witness. By the final assault, Sulk had fewer than 20 warriors left. The Hab Cathedral was collapsing around them. Fire had entered the upper vaults. The bell towers had fallen. The nave floor was cracked open, revealing crypts below full of bones now burning in their shelves. Ammunition was nearly gone. Every warrior was wounded. Every armor plate was black with soot and blood. Then Mortarian's command channel opened. Not fleet command, not relay, direct. The Primarch's presence filled the Vox before his voice did. Sulk stood amid rubble, one hand braced against a broken statue, bolter hanging low. Around him, his remaining brothers went still. Even dying, even betrayed, sons knew the sound of their father. Sulk opened the channel. "We were your sons," he said. The answer did not come quickly. When it did, Mortarian's voice was as cold as the poison heights of Barbarous. "You were the Emperors." The channel closed. The bombardment resumed. The first shell struck the eastern wall and turned 3 Loyalists into red mist and armor fragments. The second brought down the transept. The third cracked the cathedral spine. Stone saints fell face first into the nave and shattered. Solk ordered his survivors into the central aisle, not because it would save them, but because it gave them one last field of fire. The traitors entered through the smoke. Solk fired. His bolter kicked in his hands, round after round, each shot a refusal. He killed a warrior with a cracked helm. He killed another carrying the same squad badge as a brother dead on Vordrask. He killed a Terminator by firing into the rent another loyalist had opened with a dying melter blast. Around him, his last men died one by one. Brother Cadis, legless since the virus fire, fired from beneath a fallen pew until a flamer washed over him and turned him black inside his armor. Brother Morden launched his final missile into a Spartan's vision slit and disappeared beneath return fire. Solk's bolter clicked empty. He reloaded. A pillar fell. The impact drove him to one knee. Warning runes drowned his vision. His left arm no longer answered. Blood filled his mouth. He spat it into his helm and rose again because he was 14th Legion, because he was Dusk Raider, because endurance had meant something before fathers taught sons to murder one another. He fired until the magazine emptied. The bolter clicked again. No reloads remained. The roof came down. As the Hab Cathedral collapsed, Captain Hadron Solk looked through the falling stone and fire and saw, not Istvan, not Mortarion, not betrayal, but a dusk sky over Old Terra. Grey warriors advancing in silence, crimson arms raised beneath the last light, a legion that had known its purpose and had not yet mistaken cruelty for truth. His last thought was not of victory, it was of the old dusk, when the legion still had honour. Istvan V waited like an altar made for butchery. Its black sands drank fire before the first loyalist boots touched them. Its ridges curled around the landing zones like the ribs of some dead planetary beast. And within those ridges, the traitors had already measured every angle, every avenue, every retreat path, every place where courage would become a killing ground. The world did not need walls. It had valleys. It had ash plains. It had prepared coordinates and brothers waiting behind false loyalty. From orbit, the loyal legions descended, believing the trap was a war. Drop pods fell in burning shoals. Thunderhawks screamed through flak. Stormbirds broke atmosphere with their hulls glowing red. The first loyalist wave struck the black earth and came out fighting. Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard pressing toward the traitor positions with all the rage of betrayed sons. They had come to punish Horus. They had come to cut treason from the body of the Imperium before it reached Terra. They did not yet understand that Horus had chosen the battlefield because he already owned the end of it. The Death Guard watched from the traitor line. They were not bright beneath the murder sky. They carried no theatrical terror, no gilded excess, no red frenzy. Their armour was pale and grey, stained by ash, marked by the hard practicality of siege war. Mortarion had placed them where they belonged, not as a blade to flash forward, but as the weight behind the closing hand. The Death Guard would not need to win glory. They would deny escape. They would advance when the first blood had been spent. They would go where the wounded loyalists tried to regroup, where command signals frayed, where broken formations sought space to breathe. They would become the anvil. Varkul Morbidan stood in the ashlee of a burned ridge with his helm sealed and his bolter mag locked against his breastplate. He was not yet the swollen plague champion he would become. His armour had not fused to his meat. Flies had not nested behind his eyes. His breath did not yet carry the wet sermon of the plague god. He was a warrior of Barbarous, a son of Mortarion, stern and pitiless, his face hidden behind a helm scratched by chemstorms and close fire. His right gauntlet rested on a chain blade whose teeth had been replaced twice since Istvan III. He had killed loyal Death Guard there. He had told himself it was necessity. Now he watched other loyal sons die and felt the same iron pressure in his chest. Not sorrow, not joy, but confirmation. The galaxy was breaking into truth. The weak would name that truth betrayal. The strong would endure it. The horizon vanished beneath war. Thousands of space marines clashed across the Nurgle depression under a sky blackened by contrails and orbital fire. Land raiders ground over bodies and wreckage, their tracks pulping ceramite, bone, and flesh into the ash. Predators traded Lascanon beams through smoke. Rhinos burned in clusters, their hatches blown open, dead warriors hanging from the ramps like butchered offerings. Dreadnoughts fought in craters full of hydraulic fluid and shredded meat. Ancient heroes entombed in iron coffins smashing one another apart with power fists, chain fists, and point-blank fire until sarcophagi split and the warriors inside died their last deaths, screaming through shattered Vox systems. Above them, gunships hunted and died. A Thunderhawk came down trailing black smoke, clipped the top of a ridge, and tumbled end over end into a loyalist armor column. Its detonation threw tanks aside and scattered burning Astartes across the sand. A Stormbird broke apart in the high air beneath concentrated flak, its transport bay spilling warriors before impact. They fell like armored meteors, striking the battlefield with enough force to break stone. Some rising, many not. The Titans walked behind the front. God engines strode through the carnage, their void shields flickering beneath lance strikes and missile swarms. Warhounds darted low between ridges, Vulcan megabolters chewing through infantry formations. Reavers fired apocalypse missiles into armor concentrations, turning entire companies into storms of molten plate and dismembered transhuman bodies. Farther away, a warlord titan burned from the waist upward, its princeps dead or mad, its weapon arms still firing as it toppled into the ash and crushed a battalion beneath its fall. Morbidon watched it all through targeting lenses and command runes. He did not marvel, he measured. The Loyalists had momentum. Their opening assault had broken more of the outer traitor line than some of the War Master's captains had expected. The Iron Hands struck like wrath-given machinery, their armor columns forcing breaches through prepared fire lanes. The Salamanders would not die cleanly. They held ground under punishment that would have scattered lesser warriors. The Raven Guard flowed through smoke and shadow, cutting into artillery nests and command relays with lethal precision. They were magnificent. That would not save them. Death Guard artillery began its creep. The first shells landed short of the Loyalist regrouping lines, punching black fountains out of the ash. Then the barrage walked forward with mathematical patience. Shell after shell. Chemical, high explosive, phosphex, alchemical saturation rounds sealed in hazard bronze by Legion artificers who did not ask what their contents had once been tested on. The air thickened. The ground shook. Loyalist formations that had survived the first traitor defense suddenly found the space behind them becoming uninhabitable. Morbidon's squad received the advance rune. He moved. The Death Guard line went forward in silence, broken only by bootfalls, engine growl, and bolter locks snapping live. No charge horns, no war cries. The word bearers could chant, the world eaters could roar. The Emperor's children could shriek their wounded vanity into the smoke. The Death Guard advanced as they had always advanced, in ranks of pressure, with support weapons placed at correct intervals and officers reading the battlefield as a series of problems to be crushed. Ahead, a Salamander's squad dragged wounded brothers behind the carcass of a destroyed Sicaran tank. Their green armor was scorched black. One carried a heavy flamer with both hands, though his left arm hung broken beneath the plate. Another had lost his helm, his face burned down to red muscle on one side, teeth visible through the torn cheek. They were trying to form a defensive knot around a banner and a Vox unit, trying to call coordinates for extraction that would never come. The chemshells found them first. They burst without grandeur, dull impacts that split open and exhaled pale vapor. Not the gifts of Nurgle. Not yet. No demon laughed within them. No flies came forth. This was mortal cruelty, Legion alchemy, the kind of poison Mortarion approved because it was honest in its function. The vapor clung to armor. It entered through cracked seals. It found blood already spilled and made doors from wounds. The salamanders began to die hard. One slammed a fist against his gorget, trying to seal a breach. Blood foamed inside his helm and poured through the grill. Another dropped to one knee, his chest plate rising and falling too quickly as his lungs filled with fluid. The heavy flamer bearer turned his weapon on the vapor, burning a corridor through it for 3 staggering steps before bolter rounds from Morbidon's squad struck him in the ribs and abdomen. The shells detonated inside him. His body opened against the wrecked tank in a wet burst of armor fragments and meat. Morbidon fired until the squad was still. One salamander remained alive, pinned beneath a slab of the Sicaran's side armor. His helm was gone. His skin was grey from toxin. He looked up as Morbidon approached, eyes bloodshot, mouth working. "Why?" the loyalist asked. It was not a plea. There was hatred in it, pain, disbelief, the simple need of one betrayed warrior to hear a reason from another. Morbidon stood over him. "Because endurance belongs to those willing to spend it." The salamander spat blood onto Morbidon's boot. "Then choke on it, traitor." Morbidon shot him once through the face. The line continued. Ahead, Iron Hand's fire patterns swept the ridge approach with brutal precision. Heavy bolters and autocannons stitched the ground, not panicked, not wild, but calculated by warriors who had turned themselves into instruments of war. A Death Guard squad to Morbidon's left disappeared beneath concentrated fire, warriors pitching backward as shells tore into them. One lost both legs and still dragged himself forward to fire from the ground. Another's head vanished in a red burst, his body walking 2 more steps before falling. Morbidon did not alter course. His objective rune pulsed ahead, buried within a broken field of wreckage and black glass. A teleport beacon hung from his belt, shielded in brass and iron, its runes dark until planted. Deathshroud Terminators waited aboard the strike cruiser above, patient as tomb guardians.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
They could not be risked until the beacon marked a stable killing point beyond the loyalist fire grid. Morbidon intended to give them one. "Suppress left ridge," he voxed. His squad obeyed. Bolters spoke. A missile launcher coughed behind him. The shell struck an Iron Hand's heavy weapon pit and threw bodies into the air, black armor spinning through flame. Morbidon walked through the return fire. Rounds struck his breastplate and pauldron, hammering him back half a step at a time. He leaned into it. A Lascanon beam flashed close enough to glaze the side of his helm. Heat warnings screamed. He ignored them. Then the salamander's flame came. A wall of promethium washed across the ridge from a loyalist counter-push, bright enough to turn his lenses white. For a moment, there was only heat. The outer layers of his armor blackened. Paint bubbled away. The leather straps at his belt caught fire. The skin beneath his gorget blistered. A mortal man would have vanished in the first breath. A lesser Astartes might have staggered back. Morbidan walked through it. Each step was pain-controlled and filed away. Each breath tasted of hot metal and scorched sealant. He emerged from the flame with his armor burning and his bolter raised. The salamander who had fired the weapon saw him, and for the first time hesitated. That hesitation killed him. Morbidan's first round punched through the flamer tank. The explosion turned the warrior into a tower of fire and threw burning promethium across his own squad. The second and third rounds killed those who tried to extinguish him. Iron Hand's fire shifted again. Autocannons tore the ground around Morbidan's boots. A round struck his hip and spun him sideways. He caught himself on one hand, rose, and kept moving. His squad was gone now, or too far behind to matter. The beacon still hung from his belt. He reached the crater. Inside it lay the ruin of a Raven Guard gunship and the bodies of those who had died around it. Black armor, grey ash, severed limbs, broken jump packs. A Raven Guard warrior rose from beneath a wing panel with a lightning claw active on one hand and half his chest plate missing. He moved silently even while dying. Morbidan barely turned in time. The claw scraped across his chest and carved 3 lines through ceramite. He answered with a headbutt that broke the loyalist's faceplate inward. The Raven Guard struck again, cutting into Morbidan's arm. Morbidan caught the wrist, stepped close, and drove his chain blade into the warrior's abdomen. Teeth roared, armor split. The blade chewed upward through organs, ribs, and secondary heart. The Raven Guard died without a sound. Morbidan planted the beacon in the corpse ash. He activated it. Reality cracked. The death shroud arrived in a thunderclap of displaced air, towering in cataphractii plate, scythes in hand, silent around their lord's will. They did not acknowledge Morbidan. They did not need to. They moved at once, cutting into the loyalist flank with the calm brutality of executioners entering a condemned cell. Above the battlefield, the second betrayal unfolded. The legions thought to be reinforcements turned their guns upon those they had come to aid. Iron Warriors' batteries adjusted. Word-bearers advanced with scripture on their lips and murder in their hearts. Night Lords fell upon the wounded and isolated. Alpha Legion fire cut down retreating formations with cold precision. The trap closed fully then, and the Loyalists understood that Istvan V had never been a battlefield. It had been a grave prepared in advance. Mortarion moved through the killing like a pall. He walked surrounded by Deathshroud, scythe in hand, his presence bending the line around him. He was not yet the winged horror he would become. He was still flesh, still a Primarch of the material realm, still the tyrant hater who believed he had chosen reason over servitude. There were no demon wings on his back, no plague aura crowned him. His armor was pale and severe, his rebreather hissing with the old breath of Barbarous. He killed with silence. A loyalist champion reached him through the press. Armor cracked, blade raised, oath still burning in his vox. Mortarion took the blow on his haft, turned it aside, and split the warrior from shoulder to pelvis with one sweep. He did not look down as the body fell apart. He was already moving toward the next knot of resistance. Typhon watched from a rise above the forward line. His armor was marked by ash, his scythe blade dark, his eyes following not the tactical flow, but the shape of the slaughter itself. Others saw victory. Typhon saw shedding. The Legion was peeling away skin it no longer needed. Terran oaths, imperial purpose. The last hesitation before brother killing. The Death Guard had crossed from disobedience into atrocity and found they could still march. He breathed in the smoke with something close to satisfaction. Not joy, not yet. Hunger. There were no flies around him, no demon forms, no open blessings from the god who waited beyond the veil. But sometimes, when shells burst and dying warriors cried through broken vox channels, Typhon tilted his head as if listening to a voice under the noise. Mortarion did not see, or would not. The massacre lasted beyond the point where battle had meaning. Loyalist formations tried to withdraw and found corridors sealed by Death Guard infantry and artillery kill zones. They tried to regroup and found chemical barrages waiting. They tried to break through and met Terminators, tanks and Primarchs. The wounded were denied mercy. The dying were shot where they lay. Apothecaries trying to recover gene seed were cut down beside the brothers they sought to save. Dreadnoughts fought until their ammunition ran dry and then killed with fists until melter beams burned them open. By the end, the Nurgle depression was carpeted in the dead. Green armor, black armor, white ash. Red sand turned darker by blood. Broken banners lay trampled into mud made from dust and meat. Land raiders burned beside toppled walkers. Gunships smouldered in crater fields. The air stank of promethium, scorched ceramite, exposed organs, chemical agents, and the metallic tang of betrayal. The Death Guard marched away in formation. Their casualties were noted. Their ammunition expenditure was logged. Their objectives had been achieved. Escape corridors denied. Loyalist regrouping prevented. Enemy resistance reduced beyond strategic relevance. The anvil had held. The hammer had fallen. Horus had his victory. Morbidon looked back once. He saw a loyalist banner still standing from a mound of corpses, its pole bent, its cloth burned to a blackened strip. He felt no triumph at the sight. Triumph was too soft a thing, too bright. What he felt was certainty. They had endured the crime. Therefore, the crime had become part of them. That was the logic of the 14th. It would not save them. Betrayal was never free. It entered the blood whether a warrior believed in gods or not. It lodged beneath armor, beneath doctrine, beneath the stern contempt of men who thought themselves too hard to be corrupted. The Loyalist dead carpeted Istvan V, and the Death Guard left the field victorious. Soon, the price would come walking through the warp. The Death Guard gathered for terror like iron tombs drawn by the gravity of a throne. Their fleet hung in the void beyond the last mustering coordinates, vast and silent beneath the cold light of distant stars. Battleships, grand cruisers, strike cruisers, escorts, mass conveyors, armor transports, and ammunition hulks formed a war host large enough to darken the dreams of worlds not yet born. Their hulls bore the scars of the Great Crusade and the first wounds of treason. They had crossed alien gulfs, burned human empires into compliance, broken fortress moons, and carried the sons of Mortarion through wars that other legions had named impossible. Now their prows faced terror. The endurance lay at the heart of them, immense and severe, its armoured spine bristling with lance batteries, macro cannon decks, launch bays, torpedo tubes, and docking spines crowded with gunships. Its holds were packed with war. Legionaries stood in arming chambers, while serfs locked plates into place and recited maintenance canticles in trembling voices. Ammunition crews hauled bolter magazines, missile racks, phosphex shells, chem munitions, melter charges, and artillery stock through armoured corridors that stank of oil, sweat, and recycled breath. Tank decks rumbled with the weight of rhinos, land raiders, predators, Vindicators, Spartans, and siege crawlers chained into place for the final road to the Imperial Palace. Dreadnoughts slept in sarcophagus vaults, their dreams fed by machine spirits and old hatred. Mortarian's sons were ready. The fleet was ready. Terror waited. Yet beneath the order, something had already begun to rot. It did not begin with flies, not openly, not yet. It began with absence. A navigator failing to appear at a council. A sealed sanctum found empty except for blood on the threshold. A pale corpse in a private transit shaft, its third eye burned black by something no Medicaid could name. A command report altered between one watch cycle and the next. A burial order signed before the body had been discovered. Callous Typhon moved through the fleet like a knife that had learned patience. He did not rush. He did not need to. He knew the vessels, the captains, the lodge brothers, the grudges, the fears, the private weaknesses of officers who believed themselves iron. He spoke softly in arsenals. He listened in chapel holds where warriors no longer prayed to the emperor but had not yet learned what would replace him. He sent men on errands from which only some returned. He arranged for certain navigators to be transferred, then delayed, then lost. He caused others to die cleanly enough for grief to be administratively convenient. The fleet's navigator houses had always been tolerated more than trusted by Mortarion. They were sanctioned mutants, warp-eyed nobles with veiled faces and bloodlines swollen by necessity. The Imperium needed them. That was their shield. They could see the tides of the Empyrean where ordinary men saw madness and death. They guided vessels between stars, and every legion that crossed the void was chained to their sight. Mortarion hated chains. Typhon knew that too. When the first full report reached the Primarch, the strategium of the Endurance was filled with pale green light from a rotating hololithic fleet map. Ship icons hovered in disciplined formations, each one marked by readiness status, supply rating, crew strength, and translation capability. Around the table stood Death Guard captains, fleet officers, tech adepts, voxmasters, and armor-clad lords of the Legion. The air was cold. The silence was colder. Mortarion stood at the head of the chamber with his scythe held upright beside him. His rebreather hissed once. "Say it again," he commanded. The fleetmaster bowed his head. He was immortal, old and augmetic, his face mostly hidden behind brass optics and scarred skin. "My lord, several navigator. Cadres are confirmed dead. Others are missing. Some vessels retain partial capability, but the main translation route cannot be safely attempted under current conditions. To proceed without stable warp sight risks dispersal, loss of formation, or total fleet destruction." A murmur did not pass through the Death Guard. They were not a murmuring legion. The silence simply deepened. Mortarion turned his gaze toward Typhon. "You were responsible for internal security of the fleet corridors." Typhon inclined his head. His armor was clean by the standards of war, though scarred from Istvan and marked by barbaran severity. He carried himself as a loyal son, a captain who had climbed poison mountains beside his Primarch before the stars had ever known their names. "I was, Lord, and yet the mutants are dead. They were vulnerable. Their sanctums were poorly defended. Their servants were compromised by fear." Convenient. Necessary truths often are. Several captains looked toward him. Varkul Morbidon stood among them, younger than the monster he would one day become, his armor still uncorrupted, his expression hidden behind a plain war helm. He watched Typhon and felt unease move through him, like a blade pressed lightly to the skin. Typhon spoke as if explaining a wound he had not made, but his calm was too complete. Mortarion descended one step from the command dais. "You have an answer prepared." Typhon looked up. "I do. Speak. I can guide us." The chamber changed without sound. The tech adepts froze in their red robes. Mortal officers lowered their eyes as if eye contact with the words might damn them. Some Death Guard captains turned their helms toward Typhon with slow, dangerous attention. Psychers were tools, liabilities, stains upon mankind's claim to reason. Mortarion's hatred of witchcraft was not political theatre. It was carved into him by Barbarous, by overlords who had worn sorcery like a crown and made the dead obey. Typhon had named himself the thing his father despised. Mortarion's voice dropped until it seemed to scrape along the deck. "Explain." Typhon did not flinch. "I have the gift, the curse. As you wish. I have concealed it because I knew your judgment. I reveal it now because terror cannot be reached by pride alone." A captain's gauntlet tightened around the haft of his axe. Mortarion stepped closer. "You concealed witch blood from me. I concealed a weapon until it was required. Do not dress deceit as service." Typhon bowed his head. "Not enough to be submission. Enough to look like it. My lord, the fleet must move. Horus gathers all strength for the throne world. Delay risks everything. The navigators are gone. The warp route remains. I can open the way." Morbidon expected Mortarion to kill him. For one long moment, everyone did. That would have been clean. A scythe stroke. A traitor exposed. The fleet delayed, perhaps damaged, perhaps forced to rebuild its route through other means, but the Legion's law preserved. Mortarion would have remained what he claimed to be: enemy of witches, breaker of tyrants, lord of endurance. Instead, necessity entered the chamber. Necessity had Horus's voice. Necessity wore the face of terror waiting beyond the warp. Necessity reminded Mortarion that the war could not pause for purity. Necessity whispered that the Emperor himself had used hidden powers while condemning them in others. Necessity became pride, and pride became permission. Mortarion turned away from Typhon and looked at the fleet map. He hated psychers. He hated sorcery. He hated all unseen powers that made men kneel to forces they did not understand. Yet he had rebelled against the Emperor in part because the Emperor had wielded such power behind a mask of reason. If Mortarion refused Typhon now and the fleet failed to reach Terra, what would his hatred mean? If he accepted, what would remain of his certainty? The hinge of damnation was not always a ritual circle or a demon's bargain. Sometimes it was one principle bending once. Mortarion turned back. "Fail me, and I will end you." Typhon met his gaze. "I have never failed you, Lord." The lie sounded ancient before the last word left his mouth. Preparations began. Across the fleet, mortal ratings ran through corridors crowded with Legion thralls, sealed ammunition crews, servitors, tech adepts, armory men, corpse handlers, engine serfs, and command messengers. The ships were enormous, yet the hours before translation made them feel claustrophobic. Every deck a pressure chamber full of men who knew they were sailing into the realm of nightmares. Bulkheads sweated condensation. Vox shrines crackled with overlapping orders. Munition lifts groaned under the weight of shells. Servitors dragged cables through ankle-deep coolant. Tech priests anointed warp engines with sacred oils, their Binharic prayers clicking beneath human speech. In the lower decks, men packed themselves into sleep racks beside laslocks and ration tins. Some whispered old imperial prayers and stopped when Death Guard overseers passed. Others had replaced the Emperor's name with silence. A few carved crude lodge signs beneath their bunks. believing Brotherhood would protect them from what waited in the warp. On the command deck of the Endurance, Typhon stood within a circle of navigation instruments never meant for him. The dead navigator's throne had been removed. Its cables hung like veins from the ceiling, dripping dark fluid where they had been cut. Auspex arrays, warp vanes, astropathic relays, and command engines fed data into the chamber in streams of light and static. Typhon placed his hands upon the control lectern. Mortarion stood behind him. "Begin." Typhon closed his eyes. The fleet translated. Reality peeled away from the viewports. Stars stretched into lines, then wounds, then nothing. The void became color without light, sound without air, motion without direction. Geller fields rose around the ships with the groan of ancient systems forced awake, holy barriers humming against the impossible sea beyond them. The hulls shook as the Empyrean took hold. Vox channels filled with weeping static. Machine spirits barked error cant. Astropaths screamed in chambers lined with warding iron. The Death Guard entered the warp. For a time, all seemed controlled. That was the cruelty of the trap. The fleet remained in formation. Translation drift stayed within tolerances. Typhon's hands moved over the instruments with slow confidence. Mortarion watched him and said nothing. Captains returned to their vessels. Mortal crews exhaled prayers they believed had gone unheard. Engines burned through unreality. Terror waited ahead, somewhere beyond madness. Then small things began to fail. Condensation gathered on armor in sealed chambers where humidity levels were stable. Droplets ran down ceramite and left greenish stains. Dead flies appeared inside helms that had not been opened since arming rites. One legionary removed his helmet after a watch cycle and found 3 crushed insects smeared across the inside of his left lens. No one laughed. No one spoke of it where officers could hear. In the mortal crew decks, coughing spread. At first it was dismissed as recycled air fatigue, warp translation stress, fear, poor filtration. Men coughed into gloves, wiped away phlegm, returned to duty. Then the phlegm darkened. Then came blood. Then came soft white threads like larvae pulled from the lungs. Medici orderlies sealed compartments and requested authority for isolation. Authority was delayed. Isolation failed. Machine spirits became stubborn. Doors refused to open for correct codes. Ammunition lifts descended to decks that did not exist. Auspex displays filled with slow circular patterns that tech adepts insisted were not symbols. Bilge decks reported flooding despite no breach. The fluid warm, thick, and faintly pulsing when touched by servo probes. A servitor sent to sample it returned with its lower body rotted away and its vocal unit repeating a maintenance hymn backward until someone shot it. The Geller fields groaned. Not failed. Groaned. That was worse. A failure could be answered with action. A breach could be sealed. A demon incursion could be fought. But this was strain without rupture, pressure without enemy, a ship-wide sickness that entered through no wound and obeyed no tactical logic. The fleet became becalmed. The first sign was navigational discrepancy. Then came contradiction. No stars, no current, no forward measure, no aft, no reliable duration. Chronometers disagreed, then spun, then stopped. Ships reported holding formation with vessels that other ships could not see. Vox delays stretched from seconds into hours and returned with voices speaking before their own questions. Astropathic choirs began to die. In the choir vault of the Endurance, male astropaths screamed until their eyes burst in their sockets. Blood ran down their faces. Some bit through their tongues. Others clawed runes into their own scalps, not with fingernails, but with needles stolen from their restraint frames. The senior astropath was found upright in his throne, skull split from within, brain matter spread across the psychic hood like wet parchment. His last transmission repeated one phrase in a voice that was not his, not lost, kept. The mortal crew began dying by the thousands. Men collapsed at workstations, in gun decks, in reactor shrines, in barracks, in latrine queues, in ammunition holds where they had been loading shells for terror. Their bellies swelled, their skin blackened in patches, teeth loosened and fell into their hands. Those who died quickly were fortunate. Others lingered, packed into quarantine vaults where the air grew sweet and foul, begging for water, mothers, priests, or knives. Death Guard overseers ordered the vaults sealed. The screams lasted for days, or hours, or years. Time had become unreliable. The Legion endured. That was what they did. They sealed their helms. They checked armor integrity. They patrolled the decks. They burned infected crew gatherings. They shot those who rose after death. They reported symptoms with clinical discipline. Fever, joint pain, internal bleeding, skin lesions, auditory hallucinations, foreign biological matter in sealed systems, unknown insects, no identifiable enemy contact. Endurance meant nothing. There was no line to hold, no fortress to storm, no enemy commander to kill, no artillery to silence, no breach to plug with bodies. The Legion had been built to survive poison, fire, fatigue, radiation, horror, and attrition. Now attrition had no front. The battlefield was inside their blood, inside their ships, inside the seconds between one breath and the next. Morbidon stood in a corridor outside the Strategium and watched mortal serfs drag bodies past in carts meant for ammunition. One corpse twitched beneath the sheet. The serf pushing it began to pray. A Death Guard warrior beside Morbidon raised his bolter and fired into the cart until the twitching stopped. Blood and rot spattered the deck. The serf kept praying, faster now. Morbidon looked toward the sealed command doors. Inside, Mortarion confronted Typhon at last. The Primarch's rage made the chamber feel smaller. His scythe was in his hand. His breath came hard through the rebreather. Around him, displays flickered with impossible readings. Fleet icons drifted across the map in loops that hurt mortal eyes to follow. "You knew," Mortarion said. Typhon stood before him, calm amid the sickness. "I knew the old ways could not take us where we must go. You killed the navigators. I removed weakness. You trapped my fleet. I delivered it." Mortarion moved faster than even some of his sons could see. His gauntlet closed around Typhon's throat and drove him back against the navigation lectern hard enough to crack the stone. Typhon's armor shrieked, cables tore loose, warning runes flashed. "You have betrayed me." Typhon's voice emerged, strained but not afraid. "I betrayed the Emperor long before you found the courage. Did you think betrayal stopped where you commanded it to stop?" Mortarion tightened his grip. Typhon's eyes darkened. "You taught us endurance, Lord. Now endure." For the first time since Barbarous, Mortarion faced a truth he could not cut apart. Typhon had not merely betrayed Terra. He had not merely betrayed Imperial law, the Emperor, Horus, or some abstract throne of distant gold. He had betrayed Mortarion. He had betrayed the Legion. He had betrayed every warrior who had believed strength could exist without gods, without witches, without unseen masters waiting beyond the veil. And still the fleet was trapped. Still the men died. Still the warp held them. Mortarion released him, not in forgiveness, in necessity. Typhon slid down from the cracked lectern and breathed once, slowly. Mortarion turned away before he killed him and doomed them all to drift forever. The command deck fell silent around the Primarch. Officers stood rigid. Servitors clicked and twitched. The hololithic fleet map pulsed like a diseased heart. Beyond the viewports, the warp pressed against the Geller field in colours that resembled bruised flesh and old fever. A single fly landed on Mortarion's gauntlet. It should not have existed, not in the sealed command deck, not aboard a Legion warship in the warp, not there, not then, not alive. Mortarion looked down at it. He crushed it beneath his thumb. 7 more crawled from the smear. The lore anchor for this chapter is the Death Guard's corruption in the warp by the Destroyer Plague, and Nurgle's rot, and Callous Typhon's transformation into Typhus, host of the Destroyer Hive. The Death Guard fleet became a cathedral to sickness before any of its warriors understood they had entered worship. The warships did not sail through the warp anymore. They hung within it, becalmed in a sea without tide, direction, mercy, or time. The Endurance and her sister vessels had been built to carry armies across the void, but now they seemed less like machines than tombs whose dead had not yet accepted burial. Their corridors sweated. Their bulkheads pulsed beneath layers of condensation and yellow slime. Rust grew in patterns no oxidation should have formed, spreading like script across adamantium ribs and pressure doors. Armories sprouted mould over live ammunition. Bolter shells wore fungal crowns. Missile racks dripped black fluid. Promethium tanks groaned as if something inside them were breathing. In the lower decks, corpses rose bloated from where they had fallen. Not all of them. Not quickly. That would have been a battlefield problem, and battlefield problems could be solved with bolter fire. This was worse. A dead rating would lie still for 3 watches, then sit upright when no one looked at him. A corpse sealed inside a quarantine cell would swell until its skin split against the pressure, then begin knocking on the hatch with fingers that had no bones left inside them. Servitors dragged bodies toward furnace shrines, only to arrive with more bodies than they had collected. Time broke around the dead. Men died yesterday from wounds they received tomorrow. Deck logs recorded deaths before birth records. A corpse burned in the incinerator was later found praying in a maintenance alcove, its mouth full of flies. The plague had entered everything. It was not merely disease. Disease had rules. Disease moved through blood, breath, water, flesh, contact. The Death Guard understood toxins. They had mastered rad zones, chem worlds, viral saturation, xenospores, and the poisons of Barbarus. Their apothecaries had studied mortality as other legions studied glory. Their armor was sealed against hostile atmospheres. Their organs were engineered to survive what would slaughter mortal armies in heartbeats. The Destroyer Plague laughed at engineering. It entered through closed plate. It hatched inside sealed flesh. It bloomed beneath armor gaskets, in secondary hearts, in reinforced lungs, in bone marrow, in thoughts. The warriors of the 14th Legion, who had once walked through radiation and poison as if through weather, now learned agony without battlefield purpose. Their bodies fought the infection, and the infection made weapons from the fight. Astartes' organs ruptured and regrew. Bones softened until warriors collapsed beneath the weight of their own armor, then hardened again around cables, ribs, and broken plate. Skin sloughed away inside war suits, filling boots and gauntlets with wet strips of dead flesh. Teeth loosened, fell into helmets, then grew back crooked and black through swollen gums. Eyes burst and reformed behind lenses fogged with blood. Lungs filled with pus, emptied, filled again, and continued drawing breath, because the gene-wrought body refused the release of death. Their superhuman endurance became a prison. In one arming chamber, Brother Malvorn tore open his own breastplate with a chain fist taken from the armor rack, trying to reach the thing beating behind his hearts. He carved through ceramite, through bonded undersuit, through muscle that had become grey and stringy. 3 brothers restrained him only after he had pulled one lung halfway from his chest and held it up, weeping black fluid, while begging them to kill the worm inside it. There was no worm. Then there was. It opened a blind mouth and screamed with his voice. In another deck, a squad sealed themselves inside a munitions vault and detonated the shells rather than endure another hour. The explosion blew out 3 compartments and killed hundreds of mortal crew. When recovery parties arrived, they found the squad alive in the wreckage, armor fused, bodies burned to the bone, still coughing, still conscious, unable to die. The Legion did not break into panic. That was not their way. They broke inward. Orders continued. Patrols continued. Execution of infected mortals continued. Weapon maintenance continued, though many weapons now grew scabs across their casings and whispered through their machine spirits. Warriors reported symptoms with discipline until their tongues swelled too large for speech. Sergeants maintained formation even when their own intestines coiled around their belt seals. Captains held councils through gritted teeth, while flies crawled from the vents of their helms and died against the inner lenses. Varkul Morbidan endured until endurance became meaningless. He stood in a corridor outside the apothecarian, one gauntlet braced against the wall, watching men who had once been immortal by mortal reckoning dragged screaming into surgical bays. The apothecaries had given up on cure and begun cataloguing failure. Their white armor was streaked with yellow, brown, and red. One worked with his own abdomen split open, organs swollen against the edges of the wound, servo arms stitching him shut even as the stitches rotted behind the needle. Morbidan's armor hurt. That was absurd. Armor did not hurt. Flesh hurt. Bone hurt. Nerves hurt. Armor was plate, machine, seal, protection. Yet his breastplate throbbed with each beat of his hearts, as if the ceramite had learned pulse. The inner surface had fused to his ribs. He could feel it when he breathed, each inhalation dragging armor and meat together. His helm had sealed itself days ago. He could not remove it. He had tried with a combat blade, then with a power tool, then with his bare hands until his gauntlets cracked. Inside the helm, something moved. He heard wings. He slammed his head against the bulkhead hard enough to dent the metal. Once, twice, again. The sound inside did not stop. His breath came wet and too fast. His lenses filled with condensation, blood, and the black crawling shapes of things that had no right to live within sealed Legion war gear. He tore at the helm. Ceramite split. Cables snapped. Flesh came away with it. The pain should have blinded him, but blindness would have been mercy. He ripped the faceplate open and took his first unfiltered breath of the ship's air. The corridor breathed back. A cloud of flies entered him. They poured into his mouth, his nose, the torn wet edges around his eyes. He choked, staggered, and tried to spit them out, but they burrowed deeper. They moved behind his eyes. They nested in the soft tissues of his sinuses. They crawled through the broken ducts of his helm and into the raw places where armor had bonded with skull. He clawed at his face until strips of skin hung beneath his fingers. Then the pain changed. It did not lessen. It became distant. Morbidan sank to one knee, both hearts pounding like siege guns. He saw the corridor not as it was, but as it would be, as it had always been, as Grandfather wished it to become. rust flowers blooming along pipes, men kneeling not in defeat, but in surrender, decay not as ending, but as belonging. No more struggle against poison, no more pride in surviving the wound, only acceptance, only the warm, damp hand closing over all things and promising that nothing had to be clean again. He understood then, in a place below thought, that the gift was not joy. It was surrender made eternal. Mortarion suffered more than any of them. He had endured barbarous. He had breathed poison that killed armies. He had climbed until even his Primarch body failed beneath Nekare's height. He had built his identity upon the absolute rejection of weakness, tyranny, sorcery, and submission. Now he stalked the decks of the Endurance like a caged executioner whose blade could not find a throat. He killed the infected. They rose. He ordered purges. The purgers sickened. He commanded the apothecaries to cure what had no cure. They died at their tables, then continued working with rotted hands and dead eyes. He forbade despair. Despair thickened in the air like fog. He sought Typhon. The first captain had changed. Callous Typhon stood within the heart of the plague, as if at the eye of a storm made for him alone. His armour had swollen beyond its old dimensions, plates distending and bonding with the flesh beneath. His skin and war gear were no longer separate things. They had accepted one another in a communion of rot. His organs bulged and writhed with foul vitality. Great pestilential chimneys had begun to grow from his back, vents of fused bone, metal, and diseased flesh, exhaling miasma in slow breaths. Around him gathered flies by the thousand, then by the million, crawling over his armour, entering gaps, emerging again from the vents as if his body were their hive and throne. The destroyer plague did not consume him. He consumed it. Mortarion found him in the broken navigation chamber where the fleet had first been damned. The dead instruments were covered in mould. The cut cables hanging from the ceiling had rooted into the floor. The air was so thick with insects that even the lumen globes shone as dim green halos. Typhon turned before Mortarion spoke. "Father," Mortarion's scythe came up. "You sold us." The words shook the chamber, not because they were shouted, because they carried the full weight of a Primarch whose certainty had been wounded beyond repair. Typhon smiled through cracked lips. "No, father. I delivered us from death." Mortarion crossed the chamber and struck him. The blow should have shattered armour and bone. It drove Typhon through a bank of dead machinery and into a wall where the metal bent around him. Flies burst from his armour in a black cloud. Typhon laughed, and the laugh became coughing, and the coughing became the drone of wings. Mortarion seized him by the throat. "This is slavery. This is survival. This is witchcraft. This is truth." Mortarion tightened his grip until Typhon's armour cracked beneath his fingers. Black fluid ran down the Primarch's gauntlet. "You placed my sons in chains." Typhon's eyes shone with fever and devotion. They were already chained to pride, to pain, to the lie that strength means standing alone until all strength is gone. Grandfather offers what you could not. Mortarion snarled, and for a moment Barbarous lived in him again. The mountain, the fog, Nekare above him, the Emperor taking his kill, every tyrant in every high place, every chain he had broken only to find another waiting. "What does your god offer?" Typhon's voice softened. "Relief." That was the knife, not power. Mortarion would have rejected it. Not pleasure, he would have despised it. Not knowledge, nor prophecy, nor glory. Relief. For his sons, for the warriors screaming in sealed armour. for the men whose bodies refused to die while plague remade them hour by hour, for the legion he had taught to endure everything except endless endurance. Mortarion released Typhon. He went to the command deck. The Endurance groaned around him. The ship was alive in some diseased fashion now, or near enough to life that the distinction had become irrelevant. Pipes pulsed, deck plates flexed. The hololithic table showed no stars, only a slow spiral of green light that turned and turned and turned. Mortal officers lay dead in their stations, swollen against restraints. A Voxmaster sat with his head split open and flies crawling in and out of the red cavity. Servitors twitched, repeating broken fragments of command cant. Across the fleet, his sons suffered forever. Mortarion felt them, perhaps through gene bond, perhaps through the warp he hated, perhaps because Nurgle wanted him to feel every scream and every plea. He felt warriors begging for death, then hating themselves for begging. He felt captains ordering silence because they could no longer bear the sound of pain. He felt dreadnoughts trapped in sarcophagi, filled with living rot, ancient heroes unable even to tear out their own throats. He felt the legion he had made into a monument of endurance become a feast for a god of decay. He could not kill the plague. He could not command it. He could not outlast it. He could not hate it into submission. That was the collapse of him. Not defeat in battle. Not humiliation before a brother. Not the emperor stealing his summit. This was worse. The weapon he had given his sons had turned against them. Endurance had become torture without horizon. Then the presence came. It did not arrive like a conqueror. It did not break the Geller field with claws. It did not roar. It did not demand worship with fire or blood. It surrounded them as warmth surrounds fevered flesh, patient, immense, loving in the most obscene way possible, a vast paternal. A tension settled over the fleet, ancient and damp and generous, full of gardens where corpses bloomed, full of laughter like bubbling mud, full of a promise whispered through every flywing and every bursting organ. There, rest. No more fighting the wound. No more denying the rot. Everything dies. Everything belongs. Mortarion stood alone amid the dead command crew and understood the bargain before it was spoken. Not his life, his sons. He could let them suffer without end, proving nothing to no one in a hell without enemy or purpose. Or he could bend once more. He could accept relief from the very kind of power he had despised all his life. He could save them by damning them. His hands tightened around the haft of his scythe. Somewhere inside him, the child of Barbarus screamed in hatred. The father of the Death Guard answered in surrender. Mortarion offered himself and his legion. Nurgle accepted. The fleet changed. Pain did not vanish. It became holy. Wounds did not heal. They became homes. Armor split and thickened, reforming in leprous green, bruised ivory and rusted brass. Horns pushed through helms. Bell chains grew from backpack vents. Rotted seals hung like scripture from swollen plate. Flesh fused to ceramite in permanent union. Guts spilled and remained alive. Lungs filled with rot and breathed it gladly. Eyes clouded, then opened to see decay not as horror, but as inheritance. The screams quieted. That was the worst sound of all. Morbidon rose from the corridor floor with flies behind his eyes and no need to tear them out. His armor no longer hurt. It was him. His ribs had grown around the inner plate. His breath rattled through the broken helm. He felt the rot inside him like a second set of organs, patient and strong. A corpse clawed at his ankle from the floor. He looked down, then crushed its skull beneath his boot with slow indifference. Typhon emerged from the navigation chamber remade. Not Callous Typhon, not merely first captain. His old name hung from him like dead skin. Typhus breathed through pestilential chimneys, host to the destroyer hive, blessed and ruined, a living vector of the god that had claimed them all. Flies roiled around him in a black halo. His armor bulged with power. His flesh had become a throne for plague. Mortarion did not kneel, but he had surrendered. In the warp, the road opened. The plague fleet moved again. When the vessels of the Death Guard emerged from unreality, they were no longer the severe iron ships that had entered. Their hulls were swollen, rusted, and alive with cancerous growths. Their gun decks wept. Their launch bays exhaled corpse fog. Their figureheads had become diseased idols. The ivory and jade of the old legion were gone, buried beneath leprous green, rusted brass, swollen bodies, and warriors who no longer felt pain as men understood it. The Death Guard were dead. The Plague Marines were born. Terror did not look like a world from the surface of the siege lines. It looked like a weapon that had learned to prey. The Imperial Palace rose across the horizon as a continent of guns, walls, towers, shields, bastions, kill zones, and faith made stone. It climbed into the poisoned sky in tiers of adamantium and marble, its ramparts broad enough for tank columns, its battlements crowded with macro cannons, defense lasers, missile silos, void shield pylons, cathedral guns, and banners large enough to cover city blocks. Behind it, hidden beneath layer after layer of fortification, throne rooms, sanctums, gene vaults, armories, and sealed roads, sat the father who had made the legions and called them sons. The traitor host threw itself against that impossible wall in numbers too vast for mortal comprehension. From the Death Guard lines, the war was not a battle. It was a weather system made of bodies. Millions of mortal soldiers churned across the approaches, some in the livery of the War Master, some in the colours of the Emperor, all of them ground into the same red paste beneath artillery and tread. Titans strode through smoke like walking cathedrals, void shields flashing beneath lance fire and missile storms. Aircraft screamed overhead in black swarms, loyalist interceptors and traitor gunships killing one another in burning spirals. Siege engines crawled forward on tracks wider than Hab streets. Demon hosts surged and broke beneath Imperial fire, their shrieks folding into the thunder of guns. Traitor, Astartes advanced in colours that had once meant brotherhood and now meant the many faces of damnation. The Death Guard came after the first waves had failed. That was their way. Let the World Eaters spend themselves in the charge. Let the Emperor's children seek perfection in the cut and the scream. Let the Iron Warriors measure walls, and the Word-bearers sing their burning lies. The sons of Mortarion waited until the ground was shattered, until the enemy was bloodied, until the air itself had become dense with smoke, screams, and chemical ruin. Then they marched. They were not the legion that had entered the warp. The old pale plate had swollen, split, and darkened. Their armor bore leprous green, bruised ivory, rusted brass, and the black streaks of fluids that leaked from within. Their helms were horned, tusked, cracked, or fused shut. Some had bells hanging from their packs, tolling with each step. Some carried censers that dripped vapor. Others bore ruptured gorgets, through which thickened flesh pulsed, exposed and unashamed. They were warriors and wounds, armor and disease, endurance and surrender, given bolter, blade, and purpose. Varkal Morbidan walked in the third rank of the assault phalanx, though rank had become a loose memory among the newly blessed. He had once counted every wound. Now wounds were not injuries, they were openings. His breastplate had fused to his ribs. His broken helm had regrown in ugly ridges around his skull. Behind his eyes, the flies nested quietly until battle stirred them. He felt bolter shells strike near him through the tremor of the ground rather than fear. Fear belonged to men whose flesh still lied to them about death. Ahead lay the outer palace approaches, a killing field of trenches, bunkers, tank traps, razor wire, collapsed transit arches, shattered statues, and craters filled with corpses from both sides. The Imperial fists had made every meter of ground into an argument against survival. Solar Auxilia cohorts held gun lines behind ferrocrete teeth. Human militia crouched in flooded trenches with rebreathers sealed and eyes wide. Custodians in auramite moved like golden judgment at key breaches. Blood angels counterattacked through fire with terrible grace. White scars struck at supply lanes like blades of lightning, vanishing before the Death Guard could drown them in return fire. The Death Guard did not need speed. Their guns opened. Plague bolters barked in rolling volleys, each mass reactive shell punching into defenders and bursting them open from within. Heavy chem batteries coughed from the rear, launching canisters that split above loyalist trenches and poured down vapors the color of old bile. Plague flamers washed bunker mouths with oily green fire. Corrupted land raiders ground forward beneath layers of rusted plating, Lascannons firing through smoke, hulls crawling with boils of mutated metal. Dreadnoughts stomped between them, sarcophagi sealed around ancient warriors, now too sick to die and too bitter to sleep. Deathshroud terminators moved near Mortarian's shadow, scythes ready, silent as executioners beneath a plague moon. The tactic was simple because simplicity survived. Saturate, advance, absorb, breach, contaminate, repeat. The first Imperial trench line died before the Death Guard reached it. Some defenders fell to bolter fire, their torsos detonating against sandbags and prayer boards. Others died untouched. Men in sealed helms began drowning as fluid filled their masks from within. One Solar Auxilia trooper tore at his gorget, while his lungs emptied through his mouth in grey ropes. His sergeant shot him cleanly, then began coughing the same way. Medici tents behind the line became corpse farms, white tarpaulins swelling outward as the infected inside convulsed, died, rose, and bit at the hands of orderlies trying to restrain them. Wounded men begged for execution before the pox claimed their nerves. Some were granted mercy. Most were not heard beneath the artillery. Morbidan entered the trench behind a curtain of chem fire. A mortal defender thrust a bayonet into the gap beneath his pauldron. The blade went in, scraped rib, and stuck. Morbidan looked down at it. The man looked up at him through cracked lenses, shaking so hard the rifle rattled. Morbidan pulled the weapon deeper into himself, dragging the man closer by his own grip. "Little blade," he said through a vox clogged with wet static. "Little courage." He crushed the soldier's skull against the trench wall with one gauntlet. Bone folded. Blood sprayed across devotional parchment nailed to the ferrocrete. Morbidan left the bayonet where it was. He did not feel enough pain to bother removing it. Around him, plague marines worked with slow brutality. A warrior with a bubotic axe split a Solar Auxilia officer from collarbone to pelvis, then stepped over the steaming halves without slowing. Another swung a flail through a firing step, the corrupted heads bursting against helms and breastplates, reducing 3 men to broken armor and liquid red ruin. A dreadnought reached into a bunker slit, seized a heavy bolter crewman, and pulled him through a gap far too small for a human body. What emerged came in pieces. Then the World Eaters arrived. They came howling through the smoke to Morbidan's right, chain axes screaming, armor red beneath layers of fresh blood. They leapt into the trenches with a fury that shook the air, cutting down loyalists, traitors, wounded, and anything else within reach. One of them, a berserk captain with a broken helm and a chain axe in each hand, vaulted onto the trench lip and roared at the Death Guard advance. "Move, corpse walkers. The wall bleeds now." A Death Guard champion beside Morbidan turned his horned helm toward the World Eater. His armor was swollen at the gut, his plague knife held low, his voice almost gentle. "You spend rage like ammunition," he said. "We are patient. The wall will die when it is ready." The World Eater snarled, already looking for something else to kill. The champion continued forward. Morbidan understood the words. The Death Guard had not come to strike the palace like lightning. They had come to infect it. A breach was not merely a gap in stone. It was a wound, and wounds could be made to fester. Every trench they took became a plague sump. Every bunker became a contagion nest. Every corpse became a seed. Every wounded loyalist dragged rearward carried the war into medici stations, command dugouts, and prayer halls. The Imperial defenders learned quickly. They burned their own trenches. Flame units from the Imperial fists came under covering fire and washed lost positions with promethium before the plague could thicken. Servo skulls marked infected zones with red beams. Tech priests sealed blast doors and recited machine rites as they condemned thousands to die beyond them. Custodians cut down plague marines with guardian spears and did not allow the corpses to lie whole. White Scar's strike teams drove melter charges into plague crawlers and were gone before the retaliatory barrage erased the ground where they had stood. Blood angels descended into breaches like wrath wearing wings, blades bright, faces grim, every strike clean enough to look like art until the rot touched them too. The palace did not simply endure, it fought. Morbidan saw a custodian carve through 6 plague marines in as many breaths, each blow removing head, arm, spine, or weapon with golden precision. The 7th reached him and burst a blight grenade against the auramite plate. Vapor swallowed them both. The custodian emerged, slower, armor steaming, and killed the plague bearer by driving a spear through his throat and pinning him to a tank husk. Then the custodian looked down as black fluid began leaking from the joints of his own armor. He stood straighter, as if offended by infection, and turned back toward the enemy line. The Death Guard kept coming. They were not invincible. That was not the horror. They died under melter fire, under Lascanon fire, under massed bolter volleys, under the blades of custodians and the countercharges of loyal legions. They burned, burst, shattered, and fell. But removing them cost too much. They had to be killed completely, and even then, their bodies left gifts behind. A dead plague marine could ruin a trench. A shattered helm could release enough contagion to condemn a bunker. A severed arm twitching in the mud might infect the men ordered to clear it. Above the battlefield, Mortarion came. The air changed before he was seen. It thickened. Breath became labor. Wounds soured. Fires guttered green. Men who had stood through shelling and demonic assault felt their stomachs twist with a fear older than reason. Then his shadow passed over the trench lines, wide and ragged, cast by wings that no son of the Emperor should have borne. Mortarion descended, into the war like the memory of Barbarous made divine and diseased. He was more than a Primarch now, and less free than he had ever been. Vast wings spread from his back, torn and moth-like, shedding toxic dust. His armor had become a plague relic, layered in rust, bone, and swollen growths. His scythe swept through defenders in arcs that split ceramite and flesh alike. A poison aura moved with him, killing mortals who stood too close and sickening even transhumans behind sealed plate. Around him came the Death Shroud, silent beneath their swollen Terminator armor, guarding the Lord who had once hated overlords and now served one beyond mortal naming. Morbidin saw him and felt pride. Then, beneath that, something like shame, too distant to matter. The tyrant hater had become a god's weapon. Mortarion fought with power enough to break armies, but every wingbeat was a humiliation written in flesh. Every plague cloud around him was a confession. Every demon whisper clinging to his shadow declared that he had not escaped chains. He had merely found chains vast enough to call destiny. The defenders knew what he was. The bravest still stood. Imperial fists formed firing lines and died holding them. Blood angels met Death Shroud in bladework that left the ground carpeted with limbs and cracked plate. Solar Auxilia heavy crews fired until plague vapors entered their masks and left them convulsing over trigger mechanisms. Mortal priests walked among them with sensors and bolt pistols, granting last rites and final executions. Tech adepts sealed infected engines by burning the crews alive inside. No clean mercy remained on Terra, only duty, and duty had sharpened into something monstrous enough to stand against monsters. Morbidin advanced through the second palace approach as artillery from both sides turned the world white. A shell landed nearby and lifted him from his feet. He struck the ground amid pieces of dead men. For a moment he lay on his back, looking up at the sky over Terra. It was not the sky of Barbarous, not the dusk of the old Legion, not the diseased bruise of worlds he would one day invade. It was fire and smoke over the birthplace of mankind, and he was helping to murder it. He waited for guilt. Nothing came. That was the horror, not the blood, not the opened bodies, not the trenches turned to infection pits, not the medici tents full of men begging to be shot before they rose wrong, not even Mortarion's wings blotting out the guns of the palace. The deepest damnation of the Death Guard was numbness. They did not feel the horror they inflicted. Pain had become distant. Mercy had become irrelevant. Revulsion had been cut out of them by the same gift that saved them from agony. Their numbness was victory. Their numbness was slavery. The siege ground on until time lost human shape. Walls fell. Others held. Bastions were taken, burned, retaken, sealed, and infected again. The Death Guard marched through bombardments where even other traitor formations withdrew. They filled trenches with bodies and disease. They turned strongpoints into plague pits. They died by the thousand and kept formation. They were among the hardest of the traitor host to remove, not because they were swift or brilliant, but because they made every act of resistance cost flesh, breath, and future. Then Horus fell. The truth reached the Death Guard not as a cry, but as a pressure change in the war. Vox nets fractured. Traitor commands contradicted one another. Demon hosts shrieked and vanished or turned upon nearby mortals. Legions that had thrown themselves at the palace with insane certainty faltered. Some fled. Some raged. Some denied the impossible until loyalist guns ended the argument. The War Master was dead. The rebellion had failed at the threshold of the throne. Across the palace approaches, the traitor war began to collapse. The Death Guard did not break like lesser men. Mortarion gathered what remained of his sons in grim order. Plague Marines withdrew by formation, covering retreat corridors with chem barrages and corpse fires. Corrupted land raiders reversed through rubble while their guns kept firing. Death shrouds stood around their Primarch as loyalist artillery walked toward them. Dreadnoughts too damaged to move were left as rearguard tombs, killing until the palace guns reduced them to slag. Morbidon looked back once as the Fleetlanders descended through smoke to carry them away. The Imperial Palace still stood, wounded, blackened, infected in places, carpeted in dead, but standing. For a moment, through the numbness, he felt the shape of failure, not defeat. Defeat was clean. This was something that would rot forever. Mortarion turned from terror without a word that Morbidon could hear. Perhaps there was nothing left to say. The father of the Death Guard had brought his sons to the palace gates as plague made flesh, and even that had not been enough to kill the Emperor. The tyrant remained. The chain remained. The wound remained. The plague fleet withdrew toward the Eye of Terror. They did not flee like broken men. They retreated like a sickness leaving the surface of a wound, withdrawing into the blood, hiding from the knife, waiting to flower again when the body weakened. Behind them, terror burned. Before them, the warp opened, and in its depths, a world of rot waited to become home. The world inside the Eye of Terror did not orbit as sane worlds orbited. It drifted, brooded, and breathed within a wound in reality, turning beneath skies that were never clean and never still. Stars were visible there only as sick lights behind veils of green vapor, and the warp pressed close enough that mountains dreamed, oceans muttered, and the dead sometimes remembered names they had never possessed in life. It was a world, but the word was too small. It was a disease given gravity. It was a kingdom made from infection. It was barbarous reborn through divine mockery and hatred. The Plague Planet. Its forests were forests only because they had trunks and branches. The trunks were swollen columns of grey flesh, barked in scabs and weeping resin that smelled of opened graves. The branches sagged beneath fruit that pulsed like diseased organs, splitting when ripe to spill clouds of black flies. Seas of bile lapped against beaches of bone grit. Swamps bubbled with gases that giggled when they burst. Rivers ran thick and warm through corpse valleys where dead men stood waist-deep in mud, their mouths open, singing without tongues. Above the lowlands rose keeps of rot. They crowned mountain ridges in crooked silhouettes, rusted fortresses fused into stone, brass, bone, and living meat. Their towers leaned under the weight of plague bells. Their walls crawled with fungal armor. Their gates were framed by skulls, not as trophies, but as masonry. From those heights, the sons of Mortarion looked down upon their demon world, as the overlords of Barbarous had once looked down upon the lowlands. That was the bitterest joke Nurgle ever told. Mortarion ruled there. He ruled from a fortress that was a palace, a prison, a wound, and a memory. It rose upon the highest poisoned peak, surrounded by clouds thick enough to kill mortal armies in moments, and demons strong enough to make the air itself bow. Within its halls, plague censers swung from chains of black iron. Tally bells rang in distant chambers. Nurglings scurried through cracks in the stone, whispering prayers in wet voices. Pox flames burned in braziers made from the rib cages of giants. The throne was not gold. Mortarion would have despised gold. It was iron, bone, rust, and old spite. Upon it sat the lord who had once hated tyrants. He had become an overlord in a poisoned realm. No court poet sang that truth. No demon spoke it where his scythe could reach. Yet it clung to every wall of the Plague Planet, to every mountain keep, to every lowland swamp where mortal slaves laboured beneath plague fumes, to every diseased fortress from which Deathguard warlords looked outward into the galaxy. Mortarion had escaped Neckery. He had rejected the Emperor. He had rebelled against Horus only by surviving Horus. Now he ruled in the image of everything he had sworn to destroy, bound to a grandfather god whose affection was another chain. The Death Guard endured beneath him and multiplied their ruin. The Legion was remade into plague companies, vast infected brotherhoods that carried the old martial bones of the 14th beneath layers of corruption, rivalry, and religious rot. Within them moved Vectoriums, warbands formed around contagion, purpose, oath, spite, or the will of a lord. Lords of Contagion led assaults from the front, their Terminator plates swollen with diseased resilience, man-reapers scything through loyalist lines in patient arcs. Plague surgeons worked in reeking apothecarians, not to preserve purity, but to harvest gene seed from ruin, graft resilience into horror, and ensure that even decay remained productive. Tallymen counted deaths, infections, shells fired, oaths broken, and souls delivered, scratching numbers into parchment, bone, armor, and sometimes living skin. Biologus putrefiers brewed plagues in glass organs and brass flasks, testing each contagion on captives, cultists, failed warriors, and worlds selected for suffering. Malignant plague casters muttered warp words through swollen tongues, birthing diseases from syllables. Death Shrouds stood as Mortarion's silent scythe bearers, while Blightlord Terminators waited in rusted armories like walking siege vaults packed with rot. Below them, mortal cults served. Men from failed imperial worlds, plague prophets, corpse haulers, sump preachers, deserters, infected miners, broken voidsmen, and entire regiments that had chosen contagion over execution laboured in Nurgle's name. Some came willingly, smiling through split lips as boils formed prayer patterns across their skin. Others came chained, coughing, and learned devotion when resistance became more painful than surrender. Around them shuffled poxwalkers in endless herds, the grinning dead still wearing scraps of uniforms, work gear, pilgrim rags, and flak armour, their laughter bubbling through throats clogged with rot. Behind them lumbered demon engines, plague burst crawlers, foetid bloat drones, blight haulers, rusted predators, corrupted land raiders, and engines whose names had been forgotten by sane machine priests. The Death Guard did not raid as other traitors raided. They did not come merely to take plunder, though they took it. They did not come merely to kill, though they killed by the million when a world's population offered enough meat. They came to seed. A conquered fortress was useful. A dead governor was satisfying. But a surviving refugee with a hidden cough could be worth more than a city burned in an hour. They left survivors deliberately. A handful from a shrine district, marked by fever but still able to walk. A wounded officer rescued by loyal medici, his blood already turning sweet with corruption. Dock workers spared after boarding action so they could carry spores into evacuation fleets. Pilgrims permitted to flee through chapel roads, singing hymns while infection slept behind their eyes. Guard-mustering worlds received veterans from plague fronts and found barracks turning into charnel houses 3 weeks later. Refugee camps became gardens. Medici stations became altars. Corpse processing decks aboard Imperial ships became wombs for outbreaks that ate crews from the inside before the first warning rune flashed. Varkal Morbidan learned to love patience. Centuries thickened him into a plague preacher general, a warlord whose sieges could last years and whose victories often began before the first shot. He no longer measured war by walls breached or commanders slain. He measured air currents, water tables, corpse storage protocols, pilgrimage routes, quarantine discipline, ration chain weakness, morale decay, burial habits, medica doctrine, and the spiritual exhaustion of men asked to remain pure while breathing death. Bolters mattered. Despair mattered as much. In the siege of Odremek Hive, Morbidan waited 6 years before ordering the final assault. For the first year, he bombarded the outer wall with conventional artillery, allowing the defenders to believe they understood the war. In the second, he infected the corpse carts sent from the wall hospitals. In the third, he contaminated the sump water through dead cultists chained inside drainage tunnels. In the fourth, he allowed Imperial relief ships to land, then watched plague spread among their unloading crews. In the fifth, he opened negotiations with the Hive governor through infected Vox priests whose every broadcast carried subliminal despair and fever prayers. In the sixth, when half the defenders were coughing black phlegm into their rebreathers and the other half had begun shooting suspected infected in the mess halls, Morbidan advanced. His plague marines took the walls in 9 hours. The Hive died over the next month. He counted that as elegant. Across the galaxy, the plague wars continued. 10,000 years of hatred passed in raids, crusades, eruptions, and long silences. Hive worlds drowned in pox, their stacked billions trapped in hab levels where disease climbed faster than elevators. Fortress monasteries sealed, themselves against contagion, and discovered the plague had arrived inside relic bones and incense smoke. Agri worlds became slime continents, their grain oceans sagging into fungal sludge, their livestock birthing things with human teeth and fly wings. Forge moons quarantined entire Manufactoria districts, only for infected machine spirits to open blast doors from within. Imperial fleets burned their own corpse-handling decks after dead ratings rose in void suits and began laughing over the ship-wide Vox. The Imperium learned that to fight the Death Guard was to fear rescue, fear burial, fear water, fear air, fear one's own wounded. Regiments were mustered by the thousand and shipped into plague fronts with rebreathers blessed by priests who had no idea what waited. Titan maniples strode through infected war zones, princeps sealed within god engines, only to hear wet voices speaking through reactor static. Entire cult uprisings bloomed before Death Guard landers entered orbit. Workers and shrine men turning on overseers with rusted tools, pox banners, stolen laser guns, and smiles made hideous by fever. Planetary governors ordered purges of infected districts and found the execution crews carrying plague into the palace. The Death Guard were not everywhere. They did not need to be. Disease had always been the finest scout. Typhus did not remain at Mortarian's heel. He commanded the Terminus Est, the ancient plague ship that had become a drifting shrine to the destroyer Hive. It moved through war zones like an omen with engines, spilling rot into systems already weakened by fear. Typhus was still of the Death Guard, still bound by origin, gene seed, and damnation, but obedience in him had curdled into something stranger. Nurgle favoured him. That made him useful. It also made him intolerable. When Typhus returned to the plague planet, bells tolled in mockery or welcome. It was often difficult to tell the difference. He came before Mortarion in the High Keep, his armour swollen, chimneys breathing filth, flies crawling in dark rivers across his plate. The destroyer Hive moved within him like a kingdom. Death shrouds stood in silence along the hall. Lords of contagion watched from shadowed alcoves. Tallymen scratched marks into parchment made from cured skin, recording every word as if insult itself were sacred data. Mortarion leaned upon his scythe. "You kneel too eagerly," he said. Typhus looked up through the crawling black halo around his helm. "You still pretend you are standing." The chamber seemed to inhale. A lesser warrior would have died for the sentence. Typhus did not. That was his power and his insult. Mortarion's hatred of him had depth enough to drown fleets, but hatred did not erase favour. Nurgle's favour wrapped Typhus like a second armour. He had betrayed Mortarion, delivered the Legion to plague, and become indispensable to the god they both served. Mortarion's grip tightened on the haft of silence. "You presume much for a creature made from treachery." Typhus gave a wet laugh. "We are all made from treachery now, father. Yours was simply slower." Morbidan stood among the watching lords and felt old memories stir. The fleet trapped in the warp, the flies, the first breath through a torn helm. Typhon becoming Typhus, Mortarion surrendering to save his sons and damning them by the same act. The wound was ancient, but ancient wounds were Nurgle's favourite kind. They never closed. They only grew soft around the edges. Mortarion did not kill Typhus. Typhus did not bow. Thus the Death Guard endured even themselves. The Plague Planet continued its great work. It incubated war. It bred grudges, plagues, cults, demon engines, and campaigns that would spill into real space when the warp tides opened. Some warbands became little more than wandering pestilence, answering no call but their own rot dreams. Others remained loyal to Mortarion's plague companies, drilling in rusted mustering fields beneath skies full of flies. Vectoriums formed around specific diseases, sacred numbers, ancient vendettas, or the obsessions of warlords who had long ago forgotten their original faces. Morbidan became one of those warlords. He wore a rusted crown of quarantine nails hammered into his helm. His warband, the Tallow Host, carried censers filled with rendered corpse fat taken from St. Worlds. His plague surgeons preserved samples from every battlefield enchained, reliquaries. His tallyman, old brother Gorvex, walked behind him with quills made from finger bones, counting infections with ecstatic precision. His poxwalker herds were driven by mortal corpse priests who sang through lungs full of worms. His blight lords teleported into command sanctums not to kill commanders first, but to contaminate escape routes. His artillery crews fired plague-burst shells marked with the names of worlds that had taken decades to die. Morbidan was powerful because he was patient. That was the lesson the galaxy kept refusing to learn. An Imperial commander could defeat a Death Guard assault and still lose his world. A fleet could destroy plague ships and still carry infection home in its wounded holds. A fortress could burn every corpse and still discover that ash had entered the ventilation systems. Victory against the Sons of Mortarion was never clean. At best, it was quarantine. At best, it was loss measured slowly enough for the Administratum to file. Then, the galaxy split. The Great Rift tore reality open from one end of the Imperium to the other, a scream of warp light across the stars. Astropaths died in choirs. Navigators wept blood behind veils. Worlds vanished behind storm fronts. Crusade routes failed. Shrine bells cracked without being struck. The Emperor's realm, already rotten, broke wider than even traitors had dared dream. On the Plague Planet, the bells rang for days. Nurgle's gardens swelled with delight. Demons capered in corpse orchards. Bile seas rose and overflowed their shores. The forests of swollen flesh fruited early, bursting clouds of flies into the sky. In every rusted keep, Death Guard warlords received dreams of opportunity. The Imperium was wounded. Wounded things infected easily. Mortarion looked outward from the highest poisoned peak, beyond the warp storms, beyond the long hatred of terror, beyond the ruins of old rebellion. Another realm shone with order, pride, discipline, and stubborn life. Ultramar. Nurgle's attention turned there like a patient hand reaching for a healthy throat. Mortarion descended from his throne not as a memory, not as a myth, not as a bitter lord content to rot in the eye, but as a returning apocalypse. His plague companies mustered, his vectoriums gathered. Typhus spread his own ruin along separate paths. Morbidan answered the summons with the Tallow host and ordered his plague surgeons to prepare the sweetest contagions. The plague planet exhaled, and the Death Guard went to war again. Ultramar was beautiful in the way a blade was beautiful before rust touched it. Its worlds shone with order. Garden planets turned beneath clear skies, their rivers mapped, their fields measured, their cities raised in clean lines beneath marble aquilae and the blue heraldry of the 13th Legion. Shrine worlds rang with disciplined prayer. Fortress worlds bristled with orbital guns and void shields, each bastion placed according to a logic that had outlived empires. Agri-worlds fed sectors with oceans of grain and protein vats counted down to the ration. Star forts watched the void like armored saints, their gun decks loaded, their crews drilled, their machine spirits fed by incense and calculation. To the Imperium, Ultramar was proof that mankind could still build something that resembled civilization. To Nurgle, it was a wound waiting to open. The Great Rift had torn the heavens in half. The Noctis Eterna had drowned worlds in madness, severed astropathic cries, blinded fleets, and filled the spaces between stars with things that pressed against reality from the other side. The Imperium reeled beneath a night without reason. Reinforcements were delayed, lost, or devoured. Sanctuary became isolation. Order became a beacon. From the Scourge stars came the reaping. The plague fleets did not strike Ultramar as a single spear thrust. They spread like infection through blood. A fleet action in one system became a refugee crisis in another. A pox outbreak in a Medici station became a mutiny aboard a relief ship. A corrupted water shrine became a barracks epidemic. A corpse hauler docked at the wrong orbital became the beginning of a planetary quarantine. The Death Guard had learned across 10,000 years that conquest was crude when compared to contagion. A city could resist armies. It could not resist breath. War came under many names. The War of Flies, the Creeping Doom, the assaults on Espandor, Ardium, Parmenio, Eax, and worlds whose names would later be spoken only in quarantined archives. Mortarion's plague companies advanced with demon hosts, plague fleets, mortal cult uprisings, zombie plagues, pox bombs, virus bombardments, and relief convoys deliberately allowed to escape after being seeded with corruption. Plague drones descended through cloud cover like swollen carrion insects, their riders laughing through rotten mouths. Fetid bloat drones drifted over refugee roads, spraying filth into crowds until the living became the dying and the dying rose as grinning dead. Varkal Morbidan marched with the Tallow host beneath the bells of the plague planet. He had returned to war, changed beyond the old definitions of survival. His armor was a diseased shrine of rust, horn, cracked ceramite, brass, and fused meat. Quarantine nails crowned his helm. Flies lived behind his lenses in patient darkness. His plague bolter hung from chains of black iron, and his cleaver had tasted the blood of saints, governors, sergeants, mutants, and men who died without understanding the war they had entered. Behind him came Blightlord Terminators, with combi bolters and flails of corruption, plague surgeons bearing rusted narthesia, tallymen scratching infection counts into skin parchment, poxwalker herds driven by corpse priests, and demon engines crawling on tracks, wheels, rotors, and limbs that should never have been engineered by any sane forge. Morbidin did not seek a quick victory. He distrusted speed. Speed belonged to panicked men, to the young, to warriors who mistook motion for inevitability. The Death Guard moved according to deeper laws. Rot did not hurry. Fever did not argue. Infection did not need the victim's permission. On Espandor, forests blackened beneath raining spores. Defense regiments burned their own groves to deny cover, only to discover the smoke-carried plague into their rear lines. On Ardium, command bunkers held for weeks while their water cisterns soured and officers began coughing teeth into their ration bowls. On Shrine Worlds, pilgrims gathered in mass procession to beg the Emperor for deliverance, and the Death Guard let them sing. The infected among them spread the first blessings before a single plague marine made planetfall. Parmenio became a furnace of armor and gods. The plains of Hecatone stretched beneath a sky the color of old bruises, churned by tracks, artillery, plasma discharge, and the tread of engines larger than cathedrals. Later war annals would remember the plains as one of the greatest armor and titan battles of the Plague War, but records could not carry the smell. They could not preserve the taste of corpse mud, promethium, oil, spoiled blood, ionized air, and plague fog thick enough to bead on armor lenses. Super heavy tanks ground through fields made from men, bane blades, shadow swords, plague burst crawlers, corrupted land raiders, predators, vindicators, and demon engines fought amid craters filled with liquefied flesh. Imperial armor fired in disciplined lines, battle cannons roaring, volcano cannon beams cutting through the haze, lascannons punching holes through rusted hulls. Death Guard artillery answered from fog banks, plague-burst mortars, lobbing shells that burst among regiments and turned whole formations into shredded meat, infected vapor, and armor fragments slick with organs. Titan engines dueled in the green murk. Loyal god machines strode through the battlefield, with princeps mines burning in command thrones, void shields flaring beneath infected missile storms. Traitor engines answered with plasma, quake cannon fire, and weapons whose barrels wept black fluid between shots. A loyal warhound charged through a curtain of plague fog and carved open a demon engine with its plasma blast gun, only for a cloud of rotflies to pour from the dying machine and clog the warhound's intake systems. Its princeps screamed over the engine vox as infection crawled through sacred conduits, and the god machine staggered like a wounded beast before a corrupted reaver crushed its leg and sent it crashing down into the corpse mud. Morbidin watched infantry die beneath machines so vast they never knew the names of those they killed. He approved. Scale was a sermon in itself. Ultramarines fought with the cold discipline of Guilliman's sons. Their counterattacks were precise, their kill zones carefully measured, their withdrawal corridors layered with traps and covering. Fire. They were not fools. They did not waste ammunition on horror. They marked plague engines for melter teams, burned infected corpses before they could rise, and isolated contaminated units with a ruthlessness that would have broken lesser defenders. Primaris reinforcements strode into war fresh from the Indomitus crusade, taller, newer, bearing cool-forged war gear and faith in a resurrected Primarch. The Death Guard taught them age. A new warrior could be mighty. He could be swift. He could fire with accuracy, strike with strength, and believe his armor a promise. Then a pox shell burst against his line, and his brothers began drowning inside sealed helms. Then a Blightlord appeared from teleport flare inside the command trench, combi bolter chattering, plague blade opening officers from throat to groin. Then the wounded he had dragged to safety bit through a medici orderly's wrist and began laughing with a dead man's voice. On Gallatin, the war went into the void. The Star Fortress stood like a moon of guns and sanctified armor, a bastion of ultramarine defense bristling with lance batteries, macro cannon decks, fighter bays, shield generators, and chamber after chamber of armed mortal crew. It should have been a hard point, a place where the Death Guard bled for every corridor. The Plague Fleet did not need to destroy it at once. It needed to make it afraid of its own survival. Boarding torpedoes slammed into Gallatin's outer decks like coffin nails. Breach charges opened wounds in the Star Fort's skin. Blightlord Terminators entered through smoke and decompression alarms, their boots magnet-locked to decks slick with blood and frozen vapor. Mortal crewmen died vomiting into their void suits as plague aerosols entered through microscopic seal failures. Armsmen fired shotguns and lascarbines until the Terminators reached them. Then flails swung. Then plague knives found soft places. Then the dead began to move in the maintenance tunnels. Gallatin's defenders fought like men who knew the station mattered more than their lives. They sealed bulkheads on screaming comrades. They vented entire decks into space. They detonated ammunition holds to deny access. Tech priests burned cogitator banks rather than let corrupted machine code spread. Ultramarine boarding teams counterattacked in blue armor, bolters flashing in narrow corridors, power swords carving through rot-swollen plate. Yet every victory left residue. Every corridor retaken needed burning, scraping, blessing, sealing, and watching. Rescue became danger. The wounded became suspects. The dead became ammunition for despair. That was the Death Guard method. Make resistance expensive. Make survival contaminated. Make mercy lethal. Then came Ajax. Once, it had been a garden world. Hospitals, clean air, healing domes, medici sanctums, green lands, crystal water, and the ordered mercy of Ultramar's civilization. To Nurgle, such a world was not merely a target. It was an insult. A place dedicated to recovery offended the god of generous rot. A world built to heal begged to become a laboratory. The Death Guard answered that prayer with disease. Ajax sickened beautifully. Rivers grew skins of green scum. Medical wards became plague wards. Surgical theatres filled with flies. Recovery beds held men whose wounds sprouted mouths. Apothecaries and Medicaid officials fought epidemics that learned from each failed cure. Quarantine lines became siege lines. Relief supplies arrived corrupted. Incinerators clogged with bodies that would not burn fast enough. The garden world became a garden of another kind. Kugath came there, corpulent and hideous. A plague father's artisan of despair, brewing contagions with the devotion of a priest and the curiosity of a torturer. With Mortarian's war came the God Blight. A plague meant not merely to kill a Primarch, but to mock all resurrection, all order, all defiance of decay. Roboot Gilliman, Lord of Ultramar, son of the Emperor, architect of empire, stood against the Reaper who had once called himself Liberator. Their meeting was more than a duel. It was a judgment between visions of mankind. Gilliman was order beneath war, speed, reason, duty, calculation, and the impossible burden of rebuilding a corpse empire while knowing it worshipped lies and needed them. His blade burned with the Emperor's fire, and his presence drew discipline from men who had forgotten how to stand. Around him, Ultramarines moved as extensions of a will that turned chaos into lines, fronts, reserves, kill zones, and counterstrokes. Mortarion was bitterness given wings. He was endurance without mercy. Liberation rotted into domination. Hatred of tyrants curdled into service beneath an immortal plague god. His scythe cut through the air trailing poison. His wings shed disease. His aura killed men who came too near. He laughed rarely, and when he did, it sounded like a tomb remembering a mountain. He had power enough to make armies rot in their armor, yet every breath he drew belonged to Nurgle. Morbidan saw them clash through veils of fog and bolter smoke. The Emperor's sword met silence in a storm of light and filth. Guilliman struck with precision, turning aside the scythe, pressing, withdrawing, reading the battle in heartbeats. Mortarion answered with sweeping force, each blow carrying 10,000 years of hatred, each wound he gave trailing plague. Around them, warriors died trying to influence a fight that belonged to demigods. Ultramarines burned through Deathguard ranks to reach their father. Deathshroud cut them down. Plague Marines trudged through fire. Loyalists countercharged through infection with oaths on their tongues and death in their blood. Morbidan should have felt only devotion. Instead, as he watched Mortarion rage, something old opened behind the flies in his eyes. He saw Barbarous. Not with memory's clarity, but with the warped honesty of a wound that never healed. The lowlands, the mountain keeps, Necare above the poison, Mortarion climbing because he could not bear ownership, Mortarion kneeling because the Emperor had stolen his kill, Mortarion building the Deathguard to endure all things, Mortarion surrendering because his sons could endure no more, Mortarion ruling the plague planet from poisoned heights, looking down upon lesser beings through fog. He had never escaped Barbarous. He had carried it into the stars. Then he had let Nurgle build him a larger cage. The thought should have been treason. Perhaps it was. But the Deathguard had long ago passed beyond the point where betrayal could be cleanly named. Morbidan looked upon his Primarch and saw both godlike power and absolute imprisonment. Mortarion had become immense, terrible, magnificent, and owned. Guilliman suffered. Mortarion exulted. Kugath's plague work flowered. The war turned, twisted, burned, and drowned in its own impossible consequence. The godblight struck at the heart of imperial hope, and yet hope did not die neatly. The Emperor's shadow reached farther than reason permitted. Guilliman endured what should have ended him. Nurgle's garden itself felt the touch of stolen fire and divine wrath. Mortarion's triumph curdled into failure beneath the gaze of the grandfather he served. The Deathguard withdrew, not routed, not broken in the simple way mortals understood. They pulled back under cover of virus bombardment, plague fog, demonic rearguards, and artillery that turned pursuit corridors into infection zones. Morbidan ordered the Tallow host to seed the retreat routes with pox mines and corpse spores. Plague-burst shells fell among loyalist formations trying to press the advantage. Entire companies vanished beneath green detonations and rose wrong behind their own lines. Imperial survivors did not cheer. On Eax, on Parmenio, on the worlds that had lived through the reaping, men burned their own trenches. Ultramarines executed infected comrades with faces like stone. Medici domes were sealed and incinerated. Continents were quarantined. Refugee ships were denied docking by commanders who wept while giving the order. Corpses were counted, burned again, and blessed by priests whose voices cracked beneath their masks. Victory against the Deathguard felt less like winning a war than surviving a terminal illness long enough to fear its return. Morbidon returned to the beginning through smoke and corpse fog. Not in time, but in meaning. Another hive world. Another sky bruised green and black. Another imperial Aquila cracked above another trench where men prayed to an emperor who might not hear them. The tallow host marched through the ruin with bolters ready, plague knives wet, bells tolling softly against swollen armor. Behind them came poxwalkers, demon engines, corpse priests, and the slow, patient logistics of rot. Ahead, lasfire flickered from a final defensive line. Morbidon did not hurry. He had seen the Legion before the flies. He had seen Dusk Raiders beneath Old Terror's failing light. He had seen Mortarion rise from Barbarous, seen Horus touch the hidden wound, seen Istvan burn, seen the warp turn endurance into a cage, seen Terror reject them, seen the plague planet crown them in filth, and seen Ultramar survive by cutting away pieces of itself. The Death Guard's true terror was not that they were diseased. It was not that they were cruel. It was not even that they were hard to kill, though they were, and every Imperial commander who learned that lesson paid in regiments, fleets, cities, and sons. Their terror was that they could not be hurried. They could not be reasoned with. They could not be cleanly slain. They could not comprehend mercy as anything but another infection waiting to be corrected by decay. They had taken the noblest part of themselves, the refusal to break, and fed it to a god that made unending surrender look like strength. Morbidon raised his plague bolter as the last defenders opened fire. Rounds struck his armor. Las beams burned across his chest. Artillery shook the corpse fog. He walked on. They did not fall because they were weak. They fell because they endured beyond the point where endurance remained a virtue.